Ndilandireni muno mu mzinda wa Lilongwe. Dzina langa ndi Blessings mpinganjira kuno ndi ku Bingu International Convention Center katikati mwa mzinda wa Lilongwe. Tsiku la lero wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino Dr. Sadc Chilima akuyembekezeka ndithu kubwera pamalo pano ndi kupereka imeneyo mwakuti public lecture. Monga tikudziwa tonse kuti muno mu mzinda wa Lilongwe ndi momwe mukuchitikira mwambo wa Sadc. Mwambo umene pomwe tunena pano ndithu unayamba kale mdziko muno. Achilima akuyembekezeka kupereka public lecture yomwe mutu wake akuti promoting digitalization for revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. Kungoti unikiranso kuti muna maiko amuno mu Africa, maiko amene ali mu Sadc tingapange chani, tingatukuke bwanji ngakhale matenda amene wa COVID-19 ali pakati pathu. Pakhale ndithu anthu ochuluka amene akhale akulankhula pazochitika zimenezi ndithu. Pali Dr. Thomas Muntali amene ndi Director General for National Planning Commission, nawonso akhale akuyikapo ndithu maganizo awo pamutu omwe ukhale ukukambidwa lero. Palinso Dr. Tembinko Simkongo amene ndi Deputy Secretary for Sadc, nawonso akhale akupereka ndithu zomwe tingachite ngati maiko amene ali mu Sadc kuti kodi tingatukule bwanji maiko athu ngakhale tili mkatikati ndithu mwa matenda amenewa a COVID-19. Enanso amene akuyembekezeka kuyankhulapo ndi Rachel Sewande komanso Professor Idrisa Malata amene ndi Vice Chancellor wa Malawi University of Science and Technology. Mkatikati monso ndithu pakhale pakulankhula nduna amene wanda Minister of Trade and Industry Aloy Kachale komanso nduna yona za maiko ena amene wandi Eson Mkaka. Kumbutsananso kuti kodi zina ndi zina ma objectives makamaka mchingerezi a public lecture amene ndotani akuti the objectives of the public lecture is to showcase the importance of digital technology to ensure competitiveness for industrial revolution in the region with examples from the host country and region. Kungofuna kuona kuti kodi dziko lino lingatukuke bwanji pa nkhani za mtengatenga, lingatukuke bwanji pa nkhani zimenezi tikuti za technology, kuonetsetsa kuti dziko lino likhale pamodzi pa maiko amene ndithu akuchita bwino pa nkhani zimenezi makamaka maiko amene ali mu Sadc. Chinanso akuti to raise public awareness for the importance of Sadc industrial development in fostering economic growth. Pa nkhani za chuma dziko lino lingakwere bwanji pa nkhani za chuma poonetsetsa kuti ndithu amalawi ambiri tikutha kutukuka, amalawi ambiri tupanga ma business ang'ono ena iya ndithu ma business akuluakulu koma nona ngati ngatunguke bwanji pa chuma. Ndi nkhani zikuluzikulu zomwe zikhale zikuchitika mano. Ndipo nikanena kuti mtsogoleri wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino Dr. Sadc Chilima akhale akubwera pamalo pano posachedwa apa ndithu kuti mwambo umenewu uyambike. Pabwera pano nduna za boma zosiyanasiyana tona Dr. Patricia Kaliati alipo mpano komanso nduna imene Aloy Kachale nawonso taona ndithu kuti alipo mpano. Akuluakulu amakampani osiyanasiyana abwerapo mpano. Chongokumbutsana kuti chaka chino mtsogoleri wathu wa dziko lino ndamene akutenga mpando wa Sadc chairmanship. Ndipo ngati dziko tikuyembekezeka kuti pakhale tikutukuka mu njira zosiyanasiyana. Ambiri timavutika mwina nkhani za business, tikatenga katundu kunjaku nkhani mabodamo mwina timakhala kuti tikuvutika komano zimenezizi msonkhano umene utithandizira ife ngati Malawi kuti ndithu tipeze mwayi tiboleze pa nkhani za chuma, pa nkhani za umoyo komanso nkhani zosiyanasiyana. Posachedwa apa wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino akhale akufika pamalo ano ndithu payamba kumveka kuti galimoto zawo ndithu zafika tikati timvetsetse ndithu kunjaku. Mwambo umene ndi ofunika kwambiri chifukwa utithandizira kuti ngati Malawi tikakhala pasi tizidziwa kuti kodi chomwe tikuyenera kuti tipange ndi yani, mavuto osiyanasiyana amene amabwera pa nkhani ya za umoyo tingathetse bwanji. Komanso ndithu Malawi tikuoneka kuti tipindula kwambiri pa nkhani imene ya zachuma ifana ndithu tikati tizungulire kunjaku kwa malo ano BICC anthu ambiri ochita malonda ayika malonda awo. Ndipo tinayankhulapo ndi ena mwa iwo atiuza kuti yayi ndithu mwambo umene ukuoneka kuti utithandizira ife ngati Malawi kuti tutukuke pachuma, pakuoneka kuti ndithu pali zinthu zosiyanasiyana zomwe zikhale zikuchitika kuti ife Malawi titukuke pa nkhani ya chuma. Mungokumbutsananso anthu amene akhale akuyankhula pali amenewa Vice Chancellor a Malawi University of Science and Technology Idrisa Malata amene ndithu akhalenso akuunikira kuchokera mu nkhani za maphunziro kuti kodi nkhani za maphunziro ziyende bwanji, kodi nkhani za maphunziro zithandizira bwanji kuti zinthu zikhale kuti zikuyenda zikuyenda bwino. Tikati tionesese pano wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino ndithu wasala pang'ono kufika mmene zimakhalira kuti yayi tonse timakhala kuti tikuyimirira ndithu kukonzekera kuti mwambo umenewu ndithu uyambe. Ukhala ndithu mwambo osangalatsa chifukwa pali anthu ambiri amene ayankhule, pali anthu osiyanasiyana amene ayankhule, ndipo ngati dziko tikuyembekezera kuti ndithu tipindula kwambiri. Mungokumbutsananso mwambo wake makamaka tinene kuti kungokumbutsana mutu kuti ndi promoting digitalization for revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. Ndithu iniyo mungokhala pompo kuti tionere limodzi kuti kodi chichitike ndi chani. Ena makhala muna mwine maganizo osiyana sati kodi ifeyo maganizo athu tingatule bwanji ndipo kumeneko amveka bwanji. Iyayi ndithu maganizo anu kuli konse komwe muliko khulupirirana kuti maganizo anuwo amveka, ndipo madandaulo amene takhala tikudandaula ndithu malo mosiyanasiyana kuti iyayi ife timapanga geni koma nanga kumene kunkhani zathu zikambidwa zidziwika. Iyayi ndithu iniyo khala nochilimika ndi kudziwa kuti iyayi ndithu zonse zomwe madandaula zikhale zikuchitika. Mungokumbutsananso kuti somwina ma objectives a public lecture imene ndi chani kuthandizira kuti ife ngati Amalawi amene tikupanga business ang'onoang'ono ndithu titukuke, amene tikupanga kati malonda athu titukuke, amene mwina tikuvutika kuti kodi ine business yangayi ikafika kuti kodi ine malonda angawa ndikagulisa kuti. Zimenezi ndithu zithandizira kuti ife ngati Amalawi tikhale ndi mwayi waukulu okuti iyayi ndithu titukuke pa zomwe tikupanga. Ndithu ngokumbutsananso kuti muno ni mu mzinda wa Lilongwe pomwe wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino amene wandi Saulos Chilima akhale ndithu akupanga public lecture imeneyi. Posachedwa apa wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino akhale akufika pamalo ano ndithu kuzakhala nawo pamwambo umenewo. Mukhale tikhale tili live mpaka pamapeto pa program imene, ndipo mukhoza kutsatira bwinobwino kuti kodi kuno chikuchitika ndi chani. Tikati timve bwinobwino kunjawo kuone kuti ndithu wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino wasala pang'ono kufika. Tikudziwa kuti atsogoleri ena mayiko osiyanasiyana akhalenso akufika muno mu mzinda wa Lilongwe imene ndithu likhalero lembali ngati dziko ndithu iyayi tadala chifukwa zimenezi mukhoza ndivomereza kuti sizimachitika kawiri iyayi kuti tione kuti iyayi ndithu ngati dziko laling'ono ngati lathu la Malawi atsogoleri ochuluka kubwera ndi zinthu ndithu zosowa, ndi zinthu zoti ifeyo ngati Malawi tikuyena ndithu tisangalale tikondwerere kuti iyayi ndithu kwa nthawi yoyamba zimenezi kuchitika. Tikati tione wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino wafika pamalo pano tikhale tikubweranso mwambo umene wakwata.
Is entering the auditorium. Welcome, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, who is also the Minister for Economic Planning, Development and Public Sector Reforms, honored ministers present here, our distinguished panelists and all guests, indeed from Malawi and the Sadc region, but also for being our audience online. We are live on the Times TV, NBC, Zodiac, are also live on the National Planning Community Facebook page and other Facebook pages. So it's quite a large audience, Your Honor. My single task this morning is to introduce the moderator for the event for the public this morning, a highly distinguished gentleman by the name of Professor John Daniel Kalenga-Saka, who is currently the Vice Chancellor of Nzuzu University. Professor Saka, apart from being Vice Chancellor of Nzuzu University, is also an ex-official member of the National Council for Higher Education and sits on expert group on the higher education of the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. He previously served as Vice Chancellor of the University of Malawi and was once chairperson of the Malawi National Examinations Board, Malawi University of Science and Technology, as well as the Malawi Energy Regulatory Authority. He holds a PhD in chemistry from University of East Anglia in the United Kingdom and a BSc Honours from the University of Malawi Chancellor College. He joined the teaching staff of the University of Malawi in 1986 and became a full professor in 2002. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor John.
Your Honor, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, Honorable Ezenhawa Nduka Mkaka, MP, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Malawi, and all cabinet ministers here present, Dr. Tembin Kosi Mshongo, Deputy Executive Secretary, Regional Integration Sadc, Professor Richard Mkandavire, Chairperson, National Planning Commission of Malawi, Dr. Thomas Mtali, Director General, National Planning Commission, and all officials from the National Planning Commission here present. Professor Adris Malata, Vice Chancellor, Malawi University of Science and Technology, and the moderator of the panel discussion, all the panelists, Dr. Laki Kanyamula Sikwese, Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and all the senior government officials here present, all heads of diplomatic mission here present, all the Sadc delegates here present, and all those online, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. We would like now to have an opening prayer. Thank you.
Your Honor, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, honored ministers here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, before we start the proceedings, may we bow our heads in a prayer. O Lord God Almighty, we thank you very much for this beautiful Thursday morning. We thank you, Lord God Almighty, for the gift of life in spite of the COVID-19 that is causing sufferings in the communities. Father, we are gathered here for the public lecture by His Honor, the Vice President, on promoting digitalization for the revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. Father, we seek for the revelation of insights so that we build a case to unlock the opportunities, to unlock our potential in the digital space. Father, we pray that Sadc embrace fully the digitalization in this fourth industrial revolution. Father, we pray all this through the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Your Honor, with protocols observed, I was already introduced, and therefore I wish to welcome Your Honor and all important dignitaries present to this function, where we'll have the Sadc public lecture, which will be delivered by the Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chirima, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, here at BICC. I wish to indicate that it's a great pleasure and profound honor to be a moderator of this important Sadc public lecture. And therefore, I wish to take a few moments to explain the conduct of the 3-hour event which will ensue immediately. First, we'll have a set of opening remarks as per a program, and this will be said by the Director General, National Planning Commission. And subsequently, the remarks will be made by the Deputy Sadc Executive Secretary. These remarks will be followed by the actual public lecture, which will be delivered by our eminent speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chirima, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. He will be introduced by the Honorable Minister responsible for international affairs. There will be a contribution from one distinguished discussant, Dr. Rachel Siwande. We expect that she will do this for 15 minutes. After that, my senior colleague, Professor Andres Malata, will introduce to you 4 panelists for a panel discussion following the Right Honorable delivery, and she will facilitate appropriately. We wish to say that prior to that, we will have a Malawian distinguished poet, Kawaniso Malewezi, so that there is an appropriate interlude. Then, towards the end, we will have a summary of the issues which have come through, and then we will indeed close with the national anthems in the reverse order. And therefore, at this stage, our guest of honor, the key speaker that I would like to invite, the Director General, National Planning Commission, to deliver his remarks at this point. Thank you very much.
Program Director, as the public lecture hosting institution, allow me to make a few salutations. I know that in the interest of time you don't want me to go through the whole list, but I'll pay the fine later because it might be important. So Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chirima, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi and Minister for Economic Planning, Development and Public Sector Reforms. Your Excellency, Dr. Tembikosi Shongo, Deputy Sadc Executive Secretary. Honorable Nkaka, MP, who is Malawi's Minister of Foreign Affairs, and all the ministers that are here present, including those from Sadc. I want to also recognize our youthful discussant, Dr. Rachel Siwande, who is connected online. She is the Program Director and long-term independent consultant with the Digital Impact Alliance at the United Nations Foundation. Actually, Rachel just got her honorary PhD from UNICAF very recently, and we're so proud for that, for her being the youthful Rachel that she is. I'm sure that Honorable Kaliati and the Honorable Minister of Education will be very proud of Rachel, along with the Honorable Kazako, who knows that she is into the digital space. I also want to recognize in a very special way our high-level distinguished panelists, Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, who is connected online. Dr. Mayaki is actually the Chief Executive Officer of NEPAD AUDA, and he was a former Prime Minister of Niger. We also have Honorable Roy Kachale, Malawi's Minister of Industry, our own youthful minister with a progressive mind, and Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, who is the Economic Commission for Africa's director responsible for technology development, and indeed our very own Prof. Richard Nkandawire, chairperson of the Malawi National Planning Commission. Now, just to highlight, Your Honor, that sometimes you think we only have one lady discussant, the rest are men. But no, it was very last minute that Her Excellency Madam Kosana Zuma couldn't make it because of a family hitch. And then the same with Dr. Vera Songwe, who ended up to have just been hitched up on reasons beyond her control in last minute. But fortunately for us, we ended up getting the director responsible for technology at ECA, who is a very distinguished person as well, who is Mr. Jean-Paul Adam. He was former Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, and he was also Secretary to the President and Cabinet in Seychelles. So if you look at the panel, we could not have asked for a better combination of this high-level panel, and we're so excited to have this team together. Let me also recognize Your Excellency, the European Union head of cooperation here, Mr. Ivo Hofkens, along with the German Deputy Ambassador. These have been very crucial in financing this event and providing technical support. All representatives of the development community here present, Dr. Lake Sikwese and all the all the permanent secretaries both from Malawi and Sadc, distinguished delegates from Sadc member states, participants that are watching us even online and physically here, members of the fourth estate, and to avoid the fine, let me also recognize the program director, Prof. John Saka, Vice Chancellor of the University of Mzuzu, and our panel moderator, Madam Professor Adres Malata, Vice Chancellor, Malawi University of Science and Technology. Let me, at this juncture, first thank the government of Malawi for entrusting the National Planning Commission with hosting the high-level Sadc public lecture. It's a great honor indeed for us. And all that you admire about the event should be attributed to the staff of the Commission, the Sadc Secretariat, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by Dr. Lake Sikwese, the Principal Secretary, and indeed Prof. Masanjala from the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development and Public Sector Reforms, and the VP's office and his staff. And indeed a whole team of various government departments that worked tirelessly along with the Commission to get this not just done, but done well. And as they say, it's not over until it's over. Sincere thanks to you, Vice President, Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, for accepting to deliver the public lecture, and indeed the panelists, that some of them, like I mentioned, Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, had to step in at the very last minute. There can be no better patriotism than that. I want also to thank the German government, as I said, through the strengthening of the national regional linkages in Sadc program, which co-financed by the European Union, ably represented here by the excellencies, again for providing the technical and financial support. Let me in a special way, Your Honor, Moderator, welcome our delegates from the Sadc member states to Malawi. Welcome to the warm heart of Africa. If you sit next to someone and they don't have a twinkle in their eye, know that they're not from Malawi. Actually, if it was not for the masks, you could have seen the captivating Malawian smiles. Perhaps, Moderator, it's time that universities should be promoting coming up with digitalized masks that can still show the smiles. We sincerely hope that Malawi will leave a lasting impression on you, not only because of its beauty, but because of its friendly people. Promoting digitalization for revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. This public lecture, delegates, dovetails well to the 41st Sadc Summit theme of bolstering productive capacities in the face of COVID-19 pandemic for inclusive, sustainable economic and industrial transformation. By the way, the hybrid nature of this event tells you how we are moving along with technology. It's digitalization at best. For Malawi, the summit and public lecture could not have come at a better time than this, when the country just launched in January this year its vision for the next 42 years, the Malawi 2063, which focuses on having an inclusive, wealthy, and self-reliant, industrialized upper middle income economy by the year 2063. This resonates well with the Sadc 2050 vision of a peaceful, inclusive, competitive middle to high income industrialized region where all citizens enjoy sustainable economic well-being, justice, and freedom. Sadc delegates, listen to this. In our new vision, the Malawi 2063, we wish to change the narrative from poverty reduction, which has negative connotations, to wealth creation, which promotes a positive mindset. And we plan to harness this wealth through three main avenues. First, agricultural commercialization and productivity. Second, industrialization, which includes high-value mining for processed end products, asking ourselves, mining for what? And lastly, urbanization, which includes creation of secondary cities and tourism hubs across our beautiful nation. For us to achieve this, we have agreed as a nation that we need a mindset change, a positive mindset for doing things differently and believing that we can do it. Ensuring that we have effective governance systems and institutions, having an effective public sector or bureaucracy, a vibrant and dynamic private sector, a world-class human capital, economic infrastructure that supports regional integration and environmental sustainability. As a nation, we commend our leadership for already establishing a standalone Ministry of Industry, represented by the Honorable Minister Kachari here. Currently, the leadership is facilitating the putting in place of a digital economy strategy, which the ministry that Honorable Kazako heads is spearheading, and the COVID-19 socio-economic recovery plan aimed at building back better as we take off in the implementation of our vision, Malawi 2063. We believe efforts at the national level will feed into the regional collective efforts that will create the prosperous Sadc that we all want. But here's the last question. As Sadc, how do we build back better together from COVID-19 and piggyback on a digitalization as one way of bolstering our capacities for a world-class industrialization drive? If this is your question too, delegates, then sit back and relax as you listen to the wisdom of those with experience and expertise in this area this morning, led by the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima. But remember finally this one thing. We sons and daughters of the Sadc region, when all is said, the future of Sadc lies with you and me. You and I are the resources that Sadc needs for prospering together. So when contributing, either physically or virtually, your focus should be on proposing solutions for Sadc's industrial advancement, building on digitalization, and not aim at outshining each other on who poses the most intriguing question. Instead, suggest how Sadc can move forward and become the best regional economic community and bloc in the world. Right Honorable Vice President, Program Director, distinguished delegates, I thank you for your attention.
Your Honor, and protocols observed, it is now my privilege to invite the the Deputy Executive Secretary, Regional Integration Sadc, Dr. Tembi Kosi Shongo, to make his remarks. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi and Minister of Economic Planning, Development and Public Reforms. I will also want to recognize as Sadc our contact point when we deal with the government, which is led by Honorable Eisenhower Mkaka, MP, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Malawi. I also want to recognize all ministers present here. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is assisted by the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Lucky Sikwesi. He is also the chairperson of the Standing Committee of Senior Officials, which is a structure that is recognized by the Sadc Treaty. Let me also recognize senior officials from Republic of Malawi and from Sadc member states that are here with us, and also those that are following us virtually. We also have those that are going to be panelists, discussant, and we do have, among others, Professor Andres Malata, the Vice Chancellor of Mzuzu University, and of course, our Master of Ceremony. I also want to recognize the contender institutions. As we have heard, we have Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, the Chief Executive of NEPAD. Excellencies, ambassadors, and high commissioners that have joined us, our international cooperating partners that work with us, as we have heard, they also support this event. Let me also recognize all the distinguished participants that come to witness this occasion, and the members of the media, because you are going to help us fulfill the purpose of the public lecture. It is indeed an honor for me to address you at this very important event. The public lecture on promoting digitization for the revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID era. On behalf of the Sadc Secretariat and on my own behalf, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this public lecture. I would like also to express my gratitude to the Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, for taking time from his busy schedule to deliver the keynote to this important occasion of Sadc. Equally, I am also indebted to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for facilitating this event. Particularly also thanking you, Malawi's National Planning Commission, for agreeing to collaborate with Sadc Secretariat in organizing this event. Right Honorable Vice President, the public lectures that we organize annually at the margins of Sadc Summit of Heads of State and Government are meant to raise awareness about Sadc. Hence, I indicated to the media their importance because they are going to take this message broader. In this regard, the Sadc Secretariat partners with strategic institutions in the host country, and in this year we are very grateful that the National Planning Commission of Malawi agreed to work with us. Today's lecture brings participants both physically here and virtually from a variety of backgrounds, including public, private sector, civil society, academia, student, and also those that are coming from outside the country. It is our hope that the knowledge and information shared through this lecture would be disseminated widely through various means to ensure that those who have not been able to participate physically have the opportunity to receive the message. Let me reiterate the topic: promoting digitization for the revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. This definitely comes at a time when not only our region, but the globe is being ravaged by COVID pandemic. This is still fresh in our mind, March 2020, when WHO declared COVID-19 a pandemic. I was in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam, because of the Sadc meetings at that time. I was holding pre-meetings before the council. It was 10 days before the council sit in Dar es Salaam. So everybody had booked tickets and accommodation. But after that declaration, our ministers of health, which sat in Dar es Salaam, considered the situation, considered the declaration, considered the gravity. Nobody knew what COVID was at that moment, and how it is going to behave. And they advised Sadc governments that it would be too risky to hold face-to-face meetings. That was 8 days before the council said. Sadc Secretariat, working with the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, had to reinvent the situation to ensure business continuity. It was not going to be possible that the meetings are not held. We immediately switched to a virtual platform. And the council did sit and approve the budget for the year. Right Honorable Vice President, the COVID-19 pandemic comes at a time when Sadc has just embarked on implementing the Sadc Vision 2050 and the Sadc regional strategy, the RSDP 2020-2030. The RSDP is premised on the main 3 pillars. And these 3 pillars are supported by Foundation for Peace and Security, without which no development can take place. The pillars are industrial development and market integration, which at the core is driven by industrialization strategy and roadmap 2015-2063. Along the industrialization, the industrial development and market integration pillar, we have the infrastructure in support of regional integration. And the 3rd pillar is the social and human development. These are the core pillars. However, these pillars are interlinked by cross-cutting issues. I give just one example: gender and development. It's cross-cutting across all the pillars, and it has to be integrated, mainstreamed in all the pillars. And there are various of these cross-cutting issues. The region, therefore, has efforts that are directed towards realizing industrialized regional economy that utilizes its natural resources sustainably. You will definitely, if I say something like that, you will think of climate change. Disasters, natural disasters. And Malawi is one of those countries that is often hit on the way of these unpredictable climate impacts. In this region of Sadc, and in particular Malawi, you have floods. You can put up a strategy to deal with floods, but in the same year, you can have droughts that can be prolonged, and you have to have a strategy to deal with droughts. It is one of the issues that is going to be dominant in the meeting of the Council as we meet. How do we put in place a long, sustainable framework to be able to cope and be resilient to whatever nature throws at us? It's going to be very frequent, and we have to be prepared. Our industrialization strategy has prioritized agro-processing, mineral beneficiation, pharmaceuticals as the key value chains that we need to be driving. They were not picked up randomly. There was an analysis that informed. And you will agree with me that all our economies in the region are definitely dominated by agriculture. If you have to industrialize, that's where you need to start. You need to start on value chains in processing our agriculture raw materials and adding value. Mineral beneficiation. Again, the region is one of the regions that supply the world in minerals. But we use one of the simplest value chain that has been there for thousands of years. We dig, we transport to the port, it moves. We don't add any value. That strategy from pit to port is not sustainable. As we have said, we want to be sustainable, but it is not sustainable. And we lose our resources. We forego the value that we can add on these minerals. As I have indicated, we have pharmaceuticals. Why? When this was identified, there was no COVID-19, but it has become more relevant now that we have COVID-19. But the strategy behind here was about one of issues that ravages the region is from the area of health. Mainly we were thinking about HIV and AIDS, that we have to find a sustainable solution how to deal with this thing. But now the choice has become very handy. We were able to even use our budget to repurpose to address COVID. So it is as if it become much, much more important. In view of these excellencies, Sadc member states need to capitalize on digitization and integrate in the new business model, hence the relevance of this public debt. However, there is a catch. There is a catch. Are we ready to capitalize on digitalization? And you have to be very surgical in addressing the issues that prevent us from being ready. It can be very catchy, digital transformation. However, when it comes to the real issues, it can be very difficult. There are issues of infrastructure. First and most, you have to link to the global network. It's a heavy infrastructure. Either it's undersea cable or satellite or whatever, you have to link first to the global rate. Without linking to the global rate, desalination doesn't make sense. So you have to link to the global rate. You link to the global rate, you still have to link the countries. You can link and put a cable to the port if you are in the coast. But that is not, it would not lead you that you have addressed infrastructure. You still have to link the country, towns, cities, provinces, whatever, they have to be linked. That infrastructure is critical. After that, you can't sit and say, now I've done the job. You have to link the households. When you have linked those, you still have another job, access. You can have linked infrastructure into the households, but if you don't create access, the job is not done. So these issues need to be addressed in a much more consistent, what they call, put all your ducks in a row. The Director General of the National Planning Commission did advise us that we need to take advantage of this COVID with respect to digitization. One of the simplest, I think it did allude to it, invest very heavily in digital skills, very, very heavily. It's one thing to say digitization opens up opportunities for millions of the poor people, but if they don't have digital skills, they won't be able to access those opportunities. So we need to invest in the digital skills. It's one aspect that is everywhere. On the other side, you need to invest in digital entrepreneurial ecosystem. That's the lifeblood that will create opportunities in the economy. The new types of entrepreneurs. Right Honourable Vice President, I did not come to actually deliver the lecture. I was just making very short remarks. Let me conclude, Right Honourable Vice President, by thanking you again for having found time to come to deliver this important keynote address for this event of Sadc that we consider very, very important. And thank all the participants, all the ministers, excellencies, for coming to grace the meeting. Without you, there will be no meeting. I thank you.
Your Honor, and protocols observed, we wish to thank these two for very, very inspiring remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me an honor to invite Honorable Eisenhower Mkaka, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to introduce our eminent speaker who will speak on promoting digitalization for revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Professor Kalenga Saka. Since it's sanitized and I'm standing alone, I think I can take the mask so that I can properly give His Honor's profile. Your Honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, Cabinet Ministers here present, Dr. Teminkosi Nhlongo, the Deputy Executive Secretary of Sadc responsible for regional integration, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I've been asked to do a simple but important job, and that is giving the profile of the keynote speaker this morning, His Honor the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima. But before that, allow me to say that the overarching Sadc mission is regional integration. Instead of the 16 member states focusing on their populations, we would like each of the nations to look at Sadc as one block comprising 350 people. And as the Deputy Executive Secretary did indicate, this overarching mission and agenda is supported by 3 pillars. And these pillars are infrastructure development, industrialization, social and human development, to which is tied peace and security. And when you look at Malawi's blueprint, the long-term vision, the Malawi 2063, it also sits on 3 pillars, which are improving agricultural productivity and commercialization, industrialization, and urbanization. Critical examination of the Malawi 2063 will reveal the fact that Malawi's blueprint is speaking directly to the Sadc agenda. There is a common thread between the two, and you are talking about industrialization. Your Honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there cannot be true and meaningful industrialization without talking about promotion of digitalization. As earlier said, digitalization remains the lifeblood, the key to industrialization. Your Honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege this morning to introduce to you Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, the keynote speaker. He is speaking on the theme promoting digitalization for revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima is a Malawian-trained economist and thought leader who is currently serving as Vice President of the Republic of Malawi and Minister of Economic Planning, Development, and champion of the public sector reforms. He has served as the country's vice president since 2014. Before joining politics, Dr. Chilima held key leadership positions in various multinational companies, including Unilever, Southern Bottlers Limited, and also known as Coca-Cola, and Airtel Malawi Limited. At Airtel Malawi, Dr. Chilima rose to become the first Malawian managing director, and Dr. Chilima possesses a wide multi-sectoral experience spanning from financial services, fast-moving consumer goods and services, and telecommunications. His tenure at Airtel Malawi brought with him deep knowledge and popularization of the digital economy and laid strategic and breakthrough projects such as Project Precision, Yaboka, Airtel Money, and 3G network upgrade that resulted in significant impact on industrialization. Dr. Chilima has also authored the Africa Sustainable and Inclusive Development, Understanding the Capacity Challenges. In the Africa Development Memoir in 2016 of the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF, a specialized agency of the African Union on capacity building. This is an African series that features prominent African leaders in political and technical fields of specialization. In this series, he shared his memoirs, insights, and experience on the role of information and communication technology, ICT. And apart from being a philanthropist, Dr. Chilima is also an accomplished motivational speaker whose style is grounded in pragmatic thought, focus on the results, and people-centered leadership. He has a PhD in knowledge management from Bolton University of the United Kingdom, as well as Master of and Bachelor of Arts degree in economics from the University of Malawi, Chancellor College. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi.
Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Malawi, and I also recognize all cabinet ministers present here, both physically and those that would be joining us virtually. Dr. Tembinkosi Mshongo, Deputy Executive Secretary for Sadc, with a special focus on regional integration, and you're most welcome. Professor Richard Mkandawire, Chairperson of the National Planning Commission, Dr. Thomas Muntali, the Director General of the National Planning Commission, and your entire team. Let me also recognize Professor Adris Malata, the Vice Chancellor and who is also a Vice Chancellor for Malawi University of Science and Technology, and also one who is going to moderate the panel of discussions later on. All the panelists that will join us later: Dr. Lucky Kanyamula Sikwese, Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and all PSs and government officials that are present here with us. Excellencies, heads of the diplomatic missions that are also here, all the Sadc delegates that have joined us here this morning, distinguished invited guests, those that have also joined us virtually, members of the Fourth Estate. Let me also recognize the moderator, Professor John Saka, Vice Chancellor from Mzuzu University. And then let me say, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. I will endeavor to do this fairly quickly so that we spend quality time on the discussions that will follow hereafter. But perhaps before I do that, let me, on behalf of the people of Malawi, on behalf of our President, His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, welcome those of you that are joining us as delegates from the grouping, to say to you that you're most welcome. Be at home. It's not about feel at home, just be at home. We are one people. As the Honourable Minister has said, we should be thinking of ourselves as a population of 350 million people, as opposed to our respective geographical populations. To also say to you, especially those that are visiting, take time to sample our country. Our elders on the continent tell us, and they say, he who has not traveled thinks that his mother's food is the best. And therefore, please sample the food here and enjoy Malawi to the fullest. I will make my presentation, or rather deliver, in two formats. I have my printed notes here that I will use, and of course we will also leverage technology that is here in form of a PowerPoint presentation. And therefore, if I may ask those that are running the machines to beam the presentation so that those of us that are here can follow. And if we could actually beam the PowerPoint and not the PDF version, it will be easier for all those that are following to follow. And while you do that, and probably I should wait for that, because then if I start, we are going to lose each other along the way. Right. We are here this morning, distinguished invited delegates, to speak about promoting digitalization for the revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. Let me be quick to say that here we talk about promoting digitalization, because normally, oftentimes, when you talk about promotion or promoters, people think about boxing promoters. This is promoting digitalization for industry. And let me also be quick to say that we talk about digitalization, which is quite different from digitization. And for purposes of this discussion, we will be talking digitalization, as a process, as opposed to just digitization, which is a conversion of physical documentation into electronic format. I would talk briefly, introduce the topic, and then I'll give a state of industrialization in Southern Africa. Talking about industrialization very briefly, because that's not the essence of this discussion. And also then talk about industrialization in the face of COVID-19. What are the challenges and what are the opportunities? And then we'll look at the role of digitalization in spurring regional integration as well as industrialization. And come to then specifically talk about digitalization for industrialization. And if I'm going to be using industrialization and industry interchangeably, don't worry about it. At the core is the process of industrialization as we go forward, as a continuous process, as opposed to industry, which is where we're going to be playing. And I may use that interchangeably for, in some cases, simplicity. And then we'll talk about why this region, as Sadc, should digitalize, and come and give some tips on how we can accelerate digitization before finally making recommendations. So I am pleased to deliver this lecture on the topic as is beamed. And at the outset, let me indicate that I find this very, very timely and engaging given the times that Sadc as a region, and indeed the whole world, is going through. The topic of necessity demands that I address three interrelated issues. First, industrialization. Second, digitalization. And last, how the COVID pandemic has affected either or indeed both. To this end, I will also use the opportunity of this lecture to outline some factors that can make regional integration work better for our industrialization drive as a region, and how we can tap on technology by drawing lessons from other countries, and particularly in Africa. The famous saying goes, don't reinvent the wheel. And beyond the introductory remarks, I will address some 4 areas. First, I will discuss some emerging styled facts about industrialization in Southern Africa. Second, highlight the historical antecedents of styled facts and industrialization policy in Sadc. Third, to argue that digitalization can help African countries surmount some of their structural bottlenecks and leapfrog into the modern industrial economies. And fourth and last, to discuss tips and strategies on how Sadc can revive its industrial sector. And then I'll highlight how Sadc countries can actually leverage emerging digital platforms for industrial revival, as well as promotion of industry for new goods and services. So first to go, the state of industrialization in Southern Africa. And the first point to touch on there is the styled facts about industrialization in Southern Africa. By the way, the document will be shared soon after the lecture is delivered. And to also very, very quickly say, after I had converted this into PDF, I noted a couple of mistakes, typos, and some small omissions. We can ignore them and read them as we want to understand. There are not too many of them. I think there's 3 or 4. Over the past 6 decades, the nature and economic importance of industry in Southern Africa has actually evolved. And although each country has had different or differential and specific experiences, there are 5 styled facts that have actually emerged. And talking about industrialization or industrial revolution, we know that we are probably in the 4th, having gone through the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, spanning the years. When we start talking about digital economy, we're probably already there in the 4th industrial revolution. To say that the first one is that in the past 3 decades, Southern Africa has witnessed premature de-industrialization. This could be on account of a few things. One is the liberalization of the 1990s and the globalization in general, which actually resulted in shutting down of industries that were in their infancy, and on the other hand, those that had matured. We can argue, against the fact that infant industry and import substitution industrial policies of the 1960s and 70s did not incentivize the infant industries to grow or mature. And there will be a different explanation for us to understand why deindustrialization swept the VAR region of South Africa. Number 2 is that across Southern Africa, industry has lost its relative importance in national output. I will beam a graph to illustrate that, but the point really is to say that in absolute terms, the level of industrial output in Southern Africa has increased 5-fold since 1990. However, it basically means that other sectors have grown faster. For instance, in the post-global crisis period, and this is beyond 2008, the region's average GDP growth is about 3%, while the growth in industrial output was about 1.7%. And this is why in the past 3 decades, Southern Africa's average share of manufacturing to GDP has declined from about 20% to below 10%. And this is on account of a study on AU development dynamics that was published in 2020. And to illustrate the point, here is the chart that will show us. Further, on point number 3, the region's industry is increasingly becoming less competitive globally. And there we're saying that since the year 2000, the region's capacity to produce and export, although it has increased by growth in manufacturing value added and manufacturing exports averaging about 40%, but the actual share of Southern Africa's industrial exports on the global trade has declined, which basically means that industrial output and exports of the other continents grew faster and bigger than our own. The 4th point is that due to lack of regional complementarity, Southern Africa is increasingly becoming a consuming and importing region. I think the Deputy Executive Secretary alluded to the point. With the exception of South Africa, countries in Sadc do not manufacture goods demanded by others within the region. And I think the Honourable Minister also made the point. In fact, while South Africa accounts for 80% of SADC's intra-Africa trade, imports from other SADC countries represent a minor share of South Africa's foreign trade, actually put at 11%. And in the past decade, Asia has overtaken Europe and North America, both as a major source of imports and destination of exports of this region. China has recently emerged as a leading destination for exports from Angola at about 66% and Zambia at 72%. And of course, it accounts for more than 35% of exports, or rather imports, for Angola, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe in the same study done in the year 2020. And the last point there to make is that as the industrial sector has retreated in relative importance, services have been noticeably a beneficiary, rising in terms of both share in output as well as employment. I will not overstay the point, but very quickly move on to talk about the historical antecedents of industrial policy. Just like many parts of the world, in the early post-independence period, industrial policies for countries in Southern Africa followed the tenets of structural schools of thought, anchored on the virtues of government leadership, where the state was a very big player, and stewardship in the economy. These structuralist policies drew inspiration from the previous Singer hypothesis, and that hypothesis is the one that talks about states' involvement, and the story went on there. And we could cite an example of the case of the copper mining in Zambia, as well as steel manufacturing in Zimbabwe. And then with the advent of the structural adjustment programs in the 1980s, the role of the state in industrial development actually changed. The structuralist industrial policy gave way to policies founded on neoliberal orthodoxy, which espoused the virtues of freeing markets and getting prices right. Unfortunately, that emphasis on market liberalization precipitated a spate of premature deindustrialization across the region, as the local industry could not compete with the influx of cheap imports. Now, the recent adoption of our Sadc industrialization strategy and roadmap, which spans 2015 to 2063, has repositioned industrialization as the fulcrum of the region's development effort. The strategy is anchored on three interdependent and mutually supportive strategic pillars. To repeat what has been said: number one, industrialization as a champion of economic transformation; second, enhancing competitiveness; and third and last, deeper regional integration. This strategy sets out three potential growth paths in agro-processing, mineral beneficiation, as well as downstream processing and industry, and service-driven value chains, as captured in a study done by Tralak in the year 2017. So achieving these pillars and strategies and reviving industrialization would help our region to achieve some objectives, and I call them out, and we are beaming them on the screen. Number one, to lift the regional growth rate of real GDP from 4% to a minimum of 7%, and this is annually. Second, to double the share of manufacturing in GDP to 30% by the year 2030 and 40% by 2050. For those of us here, the Malawi 2063 aims for this country to become a lower middle income status by the year 2030, and it speaks very much in line with the same. And third is to increase the share of medium and high technology production in manufacturing value chain, value added from less than 15% to 30% by the year 2030 and 50% by the year 2050. Fourth, increasing manufactured exports to at least 50% of total exports by the year
Our founding fathers proudly delivered political independence and national sovereignty. Our 20th century heroes selflessly fought for the democracy and civil liberties. We recently just renewed our resolve for good governance and transformative leadership. It is now time to redefine our identity and destiny as the Malawi nation, to economically empower our youths and achieve an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant, industrialized, upper-middle income country, to build a knowledge-based economy with a strong and competitive industry driven by productive and commercially vibrant agriculture and mining sector, to develop world-class cities and tourism hubs with all amenities for a high quality of life, to become a united, patriotic and proud people that believe in our abilities as a nation, to have effective governance systems and institutions that enforce strict adherence to the rule of law, to be driven by highly performing and professional public service, a dynamic and vibrant private sector, a globally competitive human resource, all this in a country with international standard infrastructure, a Malawi with an environmentally sustainable economy. It's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. It's time to transition from mere planning to getting things done, to create wealth for the nation and for ourselves, to achieve national transformation and economic independence. Indeed, we have a common aspiration for an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant Malawi. Malawi 2063, it's possible. Kusintha dziko lathu mokomera aliyense nzotheka.
Life is an up and down journey where anything can happen at any time. But at any time, you have peace of mind with MAZIM. MAZIM offers all-inclusive affordable medical aid cover in various packages of schemes in line with your budget, with a promise to take care of you and your family in that time of dire need. From giving you access to medical services at hospitals locally and abroad, emergency evacuation, dentist, and optical care, all the way to funeral benefits. MAZIM is there holding your hand, keeping you covered. For details of the medical scheme you need, call 01-820-298, 01-820-543, 0888-707-100, fax 01-820-217, email infodesk@mazim.mw, or visit www.mazim.mw. MAZIM, your ultimate healthcare solution.
We do have a consumer base of 350 million people. That's quite a sizable market. Another reality is that the economic impact of COVID-19 will continue beyond the pandemic itself and will create a new reality with challenges that demand new policy approaches, including industrial policy interventions. And I want to emphasize what I'm going to say next, which is that there is hence urgent need for budgets of governments in the Sadc region to have a strong component of fiscal support to ICT, including innovation-enabling infrastructure such as better internet. The ES talked about coverage. And this will enable our economies to transition to digital economies and increase connected purchases that will enable our citizens and beyond to produce merchandise without necessarily traveling to countries of origin. where these merchandise are actually manufactured. If we can move on to look at the role of digitalization inspiring regional integration and industrialization, first is so that we have a common understanding of the term digitalization in very, very simple terms. It refers to the use of ICT such as the internet, mobile, and the Internet of Things, IoT technologies, to facilitate connection between people, businesses, and government. The networks of devices, exchange of data, and linked business processes enable the transformation of the economy, making new digital business models and services possible. The digital ecosystem, or rather ecosystems, are made up of many parts that cut across the economy and society in different ways. Like I said in the beginning, I will not be going into too much detail because the document will be made available soon after I finish delivery. And then drawing on the 2021 Africa's Development Dynamics publication, which focused on digital transformation for quality jobs, a summary of 3 major benefits of digital technologies in an economy emerges. And that's the one point. In the document, we have said 3. In actual fact, there are 4. Number 1, the internet promotes the inclusion of firms at the local and global economy level, which in turn leads to expansion of trade. The internet also intensifies competition in the marketplace, which in turn induces innovation. So 2 things there, expansion of trade as well as to challenge us to be innovative. Number 2, digital technologies bring opportunities to the household level by creating jobs, leveraging human capital, and producing consumer surplus. On the job creation, the 2021 Africa's Development Dynamics publication successfully articulates the transmission mechanism through the typical example of how mobile money technologies have created jobs in the East African region, and this is shown over there. The impact of mobile money on employment in East Africa. And you can talk about the story of fintech, I beg your pardon, as an example. And there will be many others that we can refer to. Number 3 is that digital technologies enable citizens to access public services, strengthen government capacity, and serve as a platform for citizens to take collective action, for instance, through social media such as Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp. 4th and last, the digital technologies also provide innovative payment systems such as mobile money, digital currencies, and online payments such as PayPal, that operates to enhance financial inclusion in many economies. As will be shown in the next figure, digitalization has also facilitated some success stories in improved financial inclusion in some countries within the region. And over there we are depicting Namibia, South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Mozambique, and of course, charity begins right here at home. Malawi is also included. Mr. Moderator and distinguished participants, digitalization will be a game changer for the Sadc region's accelerated industrialization and integration, especially given the socioeconomic vulnerabilities revealed by the COVID-19. I will now show a few examples of how digitalization has helped countries to make strides. And there are many of those countries, but I'll pick just a few and with much relevance to our region, Sadc. I know that the text over there is also difficult to read. But first, in the agriculture sector, to say that digital solutions can provide farmers with location-specific agronomic information and tailored advisory services at lower costs. So, as an example, is Cobitech in South Africa. And here at home, we also have a weather-based index insurance, the provision of drought-tolerant seeds, and ICT-enabled weather information services that have assisted farmers. Actually, back home, we can boast that 140,000 households have actually benefited from such. Number two is why others will link digitalization, or why others will think that digitalization poses new threats to jobs due to automation. It is proving otherwise by indirectly creating jobs. So again, I'll go to South Africa, where mobile phone coverage has increased wage employment by 15%. Number three, technology-enabled financial services, as the case of fintech, offer a new range of products to informal actors, especially those countries with underdeveloped financial sectors. So an example is Zimbabwe, where, for instance, 27% of the population only have mobile money accounts. Fourth, a number of Sadc countries are witnessing a rise in innovative business models and technology startups that feed into their nascent digital economy. In Zambia, for instance, direct contribution of the ICT sector to GDP more than doubled between 2010 and 2018, from 1.6% to 4.4%. In Malawi, tech startups that are offering digital solutions are also on the increase. For instance, Emosis and others. And the fifth is the tourism sector. So in Malawi, just like many other Sadc countries, we've been hit by the COVID-19. Yet, some firms have adapted quickly to piggybacking on digitalization of their services. A very classic example right here in Malawi is a place called Deza Pottery, which has remained afloat despite COVID-19 by going online in marketing and selling its tourism and merchandise. And the sixth point to make there is the successful integration into global value chains, the case of Nollywood in Nigeria. And we all know that this was largely due to the internet and smartphones. The examples for what digital economy can offer from within and beyond Sadc region are actually endless. And drawing on the same study, the 2021 Africa's Development Dynamics, a number of important facts are emerging for serious reflection by the Sadc leadership. Currently, the internet speed in the region is actually slow, and though marginally increasing, calls for regional policies of cross-border connectivity should be enhanced. We need better connectivity. If I was going to give an example, it takes more than 7 hours to download a 5 GB movie in Angola, in Eswatini, and here at home in Malawi. Additionally, these countries like Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe face costs in expanding their telecommunication networks to an undersea internet cable because of the fact that we are land-linked. A regional approach to facilitating cross-border connectivity will thus be essential to improve speed, affordability, as well as overall digital inclusion in these countries. Further, attracting investment from the private sector and finding external sources of financing are vital to meeting this challenge. In the short to medium term, public resources in Southern Africa will highly be limited due to the fact that we have to fight the pandemic and of course the economic crisis that will follow. But we still have to find a solution. And a suggestion, therefore, will be for the private sector to play a role in providing technical expertise and financing communication infrastructure. We see that is already something that's being done, because between 2015 and 2019, the private sector has pumped in about $2.5 billion on the continent for that. Back at home, the World Bank is actually funding a project, the Digital Malawi Program, to improve access to digital technologies, and there are 4 pillars there: policy and legislation, digitalization of public sector institutions, improved digital capacity, and finally, project management. Importantly, universal access to communication technologies and internet services partially depends on the affordability. The figure that I showed just now depicts the challenges we face with pricing. Others call it affordability. Because of all the countries over there, and if I may call them out from left to right, you have Namibia, which 97% of the population can afford. But the rest of them, including South Africa, is only 36%, with Mozambique at 30%, the entire continental bloc at 27%, Zambia 19%, Botswana 18%, Lesotho at 15%, Zimbabwe at 4%, Angola at 4%, Malawi at 2%, and finally, Eswatini, just only 1% of that population. And therefore, key to all this is the fact that promoting regional coordination on infrastructure and regulations could accelerate digital development in the Sadc region. Developing communications infrastructure will contribute to ensuring access across the Sadc countries. And of course, in that regard, the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, led by the African Development Bank, the African Union Commission, and NEPAD, would benefit from being strengthened and accelerated. Pooling resources from the public and private sector is also very critical. Estimates actually show that Africa will need to invest $2.9 billion to achieve full 4G coverage by the year 2025. However, between 2014 and 2018, only 7% of regional and national government infrastructure financing budgets were allocated to ICT. We still have a long way to go. And let me now move on to talk about digitalization for industrialization. Moderator and distinguished participants, as explained, the digital economy is an important catalyst for achieving national, regional, as well as global development objectives. Because number one, it transforms the way businesses operate. Number two, supports industry competitiveness through adoption of e-commerce. And number three, creates new sources of employment in digitally traded services. The Executive Secretary talked about the Regional Infrastructure Development Master Plan that could actually be leveraged to catalyze industrialization. From the perspective of globalization, the digital economy plays a critical role in the enhancement of global integration in industrialization by providing the platform for strengthening inter-industrial links. Serious investments must therefore be made in ensuring that a conducive environment is created for full embracing of digitalized industrialization. This will require a swift introduction at the national level of the requisite policies and legislation to guide the adoption and operation of relevant, effective, and efficient digital economy platforms that are purpose-fit to reap the full benefits of digitalized industrialization. Here at home, as the DG said, we launched the MW 2063, which is our aspirations, and we have in there industrialization as one of the pillars. In essence, our plan domesticates the Sadc industrialization agenda. Malawi has therefore deliberately chosen to pursue industrial revolution that is driven by a strong digital economy. Among other focus things, hence the development of our digital economy strategy. Additionally, Malawi has established a separate ministry responsible for industry, with the aim of nurturing a focused and strong industrialization drive. There, we're also setting up effective mechanisms that encourage value addition, including the branding and packaging of our exports and services. The question, therefore, why should we digitalize our industrialization? And this is now drawing me towards the close of the presentation. Moderator and distinguished participants, the reasons that compel a person or entity to unreservedly do something are the perceived or known benefits that such an act will bring. I will therefore share just 4 reasons why digitalization will be key in building regional industrial competitiveness. Number 1 is the fact that in this ever-changing world, analog ways of doing things continue to prove costly, whereas digitalization flips all these disadvantages into advantages. And I'm going to be very simplistic as I do that. Digitalization can also provide new opportunities for industrialization in the region if we can leverage data on market demand to inform decisions on design and production, to improve our capacity, but also to be customer-centric and responsive. Number 3, while industrialization placed machine power at the center of the economy, digitalization makes digital intelligence its fulcrum. The factory at the site of mechanized production was the central economic institution of the industrial age. For the digital age, it is sectoral platforms that reorganize the entire economic activity in any sector based on digital intelligence that arises from data. And the last point there, number 4, digitization should not just be seen as an event, but rather an essential mode of doing things on a sustained basis. Actually, a study by Carol Donner and David Edman postulate that digitalization should be seen as using digital technologies for the following: A, creating value at the new frontiers of the business world; B, creating value in the processes that execute a vision of customer experiences; and C, and last, building foundational capabilities that support the entire economic and business structure. Digitalization, therefore, may contribute to a change in business models as new technologies provide access to ways of doing business that previously unavailable or indeed were unimaginable. And very quickly, to share some tips on accelerating digitalization is to say the following. So that we can accelerate digitalization, which will be key for building a globally competitive industry within the Sadc region. Number 1, it is to invest in the digital core as solid foundations for the digital economy. Our industrialization aspirations can be realized by leveraging digital technologies that will improve trade efficiency and domestic competitiveness. The first step towards achieving this is ensuring that foundations for the digital economy are sound and inclusive, and a strong digital core and well-developed digital services will enable critical processes such as industrialization to generate maximum impact. Here in the region, investment in the digital economy will require the following. Number 1, expansion of the broadband coverage to areas that are not covered, allowing more people to access the internet, but it must be affordable. In there, we are doing two things: improving the coverage, but at the same time, creating a critical mass. B, the reduction of the purchase of cost of devices, energy availability, and access, as well as to lower the barriers to entry into that sector. C, an increase in the availability and accessibility of the relevant skills needed to participate in a modern and a digital world. That's, in simple terms, skills development. The second tip, to invest in the development of digital services that support industrialization. And this, I'm going to say it in two parts. Firstly, that digital services will improve the efficiency of cross-border trade and promote the emergence of a rich domestic e-commerce ecosystem. Number two, the digital services will increase uptake of digital financial services and increase the sophistication of the financial services sector. The third, investing in research and development for technology, or indeed creating regional centers of excellence. So research for development actually plays a critical role in innovation and technological development. I submit that Sadc should establish a center or centers of excellence on digital technology to revitalize the regional industrial development. This region is a predominantly resource-based economy, which depends mainly on natural and agricultural resources for that production and livelihood. But meanwhile, the world is experiencing a dawn of the fourth industrial revolution, which is characterized by the fusion of digital, biological, and physical worlds. And of course, the growing utilization of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, robotics, 3D printing, Internet of Things, and of course, advanced wireless technologies in different sectors of the economy, including manufacturing. These Sadc heads of state and government should hence consider very, very seriously setting up of this Center of Excellence on digital technology and establish a special fund that will advance the development of digital technologies and strengthen the necessary human capacity. They have to go hand in hand. The digital must be operated by somebody. And this will stimulate, I hope, the growth of our economies. As a matter of fact, within the region, we do have a lot of billionaire sons and daughters that can be approached and will be willing to support this noble cause. And yes, if they're business people, it is also going to help boost their businesses further. And point number 4 there is actually investment in skills development. Moderator, distinguished participants, education, whether it's pre-university, technical, vocational, or indeed higher, is critically important, and Sadc member states must urgently assess their curriculums to ensure that it is tailor-made to allow our countries to bridge the skills, knowledge, and technology gap of our continental and international competitors. I was thinking to myself that should we now begin to call illiteracy cardinal sin number 8, because currently as we stand or sit in here, there are 7. I think that illiteracy could be number 8. Food for thought. And the last tip is to implement regional integration reforms for digitalization and industrialization. And very finally over there is the use of digital skills for spatial planning. And just to talk in brief about spatial planning, in Malawi, the National Planning Commission has mapped out key development areas on a varying scale, pointing out potential areas for creation of secondary cities based on existing potential investments that can form industrial hubs. Such spatial mapping is critical in guiding the participation of both domestic and foreign investment in rural and urban development. The digitalized maps will form a vehicle through which longer-term phased industrial investment will take place. This is harnessing the power of digitalization. Let me conclude as follows. To the moderator and all distinguished participants, let me reiterate that industrialization is a critical element in our transformation agenda of inclusive wealth creation and self-reliance as a regional bloc. Industrialization will transform our economies from being predominantly consuming and importing to predominantly producing and exporting, and digitalization will fast-track industrialization, especially in the face of phenomena such as the COVID-19 pandemic. And I would like to leave the Sadc region the following things that I suggest they must prioritize, and because of their importance, I am going to read them verbatim. There are only 4. Number 1, to implement sustainable digital solutions as part of industrial development policies. It's been 8 months into the pandemic, and many countries are poised to implement recovery programs after administering vaccines. Ours is already developed. During the recovery period, industrial policy that builds on this digitalization must play an important role in the overall policy and support package to complement fiscal, monetary, trade, and other policy interventions. Industrial policy should therefore be designed to leverage linkages across sectors and borders. 2, to digitalize as a matter of agency. COVID-19 has accelerated the necessary and inevitable push towards digitalization. The restrictions we currently operate under have provided an opportunity to consider and leverage the benefits of digital solutions. Digitally enabled government services related to business processes, including the registration of companies and application for services and payments, can make significant contribution to support industrial and cross-border regional economic development. Such improvements will significantly reduce transactions and their related costs for micro, small, and medium enterprises. Number 3, to focus on trade facilitation measures. And this touches on trade policy with special focus on trade facilitation measures, which is a necessary act to complement such industrial policy. So between trade and industry, there must be complementarity. Number 4 is to increase investment in education, digital skills, research and development, ICT, and innovation as a pathway towards sustainable development. And this is a call to all member states. The next one is to ensure the availability and accessibility of secure energy and relevant digital skills. I will not overemphasize the skills development. It will be there for all of us to see. And last but not the least is the creation of that Center of Excellence on digital technology. I would therefore conclude very finally by thanking the government of Malawi through the National Planning Commission and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the Sadc Secretariat, for organizing this event, and also for leading the way in showing us that digitalization, in practical terms, can actually work. Because as we speak in here, others are following us online. that is exactly what digitalization is all about. In a special way, let me join the Director General of the National Planning Commission in expressing our sincere gratitude to Excellencies, the German Ambassador, and also the EU for your technical and financial support. I hope sincerely that this will help stimulate our thoughts on how digitalization can be part of bolstering productive capacities for the regions in order for us to attain inclusive and sustainable industrial transformation in the wake of the pandemic that we have to live with and that we must all get used to and perhaps importantly survive it, and that our businesses also survive the same. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And like I said, as I walk out of this stage, both the PDF of the presentation as well as the version of the notes I'm referring to will be shared so that people can critique. I would like to sincerely thank you for your attention. And as a friend of mine once told me, let me quote as he said, and this is what this friend of mine said to me: you must stand up so that you can be seen. You must speak up so that you can be heard. And you must sit down so that you can be appreciated. Good morning and thank you.
Your Honor, the Right Honorable Vice President, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, we thank you sincerely for those insightful and important messages shared with us in this lecture. And therefore, let me ask all of us to have a standing ovation for that delivery. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was asked to attempt to summarize, but as I listened attentively, it became increasingly difficult. However, I wish just to observe two things: that industrialization and digitalization are symbiotic in their nature. And with the coming of COVID-19, it means that the two diagrams have now a third one. So there must be interface. We need to address it. And that through the two components, industrialization and digitalization, Sadc will reap a lot of economic returns, mindful of the COVID-19. Time is now. This is the 21st century, and that Sadc must do the needful. We must exploit our mindset, and indeed, unless we do that, we will continue to lag behind. So, Your Honor, thank you very much for that delivery. Thank you. Your Honor, and protocol observed, we will now have a discussant in the name of Dr. Rachel Siwande. She is the Senior Director for Country Outreach at the Digital Impact Alliance, DIAL, at the United Nations Foundations. She is also a social entrepreneur in the technology and energy domains. She is the founder and director of Malawi's first technology and innovation hub, MHub. Rachel has championed the development and deployment of innovative technology solutions across fields such as agriculture, public health, financial services, in more than 18 countries. Since MHAB's establishment, Dr. Rachel Siwande has impacted over 40,000 young innovative entrepreneurs with digital and entrepreneurial skills to champion and develop sustainable business solutions. MHAB continues to facilitate financing and investment readiness, supportive of emerging entrepreneurs across sectors such as technology, energy, waste management, food processing, agriculture production, and engineering. Here is Dr. Rachel Siwande, and she delivers visually. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, for your kind introduction. The Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi and Minister of Economic Planning, Development and Public Sector Reforms, Your Excellency Dr. Tembili Kosim Pongo, Deputy Executive Secretary for Sadc Regional Integration, and all staff from the Sadc Secretariat present, Honorable Isaac Horam Kaka, MP, Malawi's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Thomas Mutali, Director General of Malawi National Planning Commission, our distinguished moderators, Professor Saka and Professor Agnes Malata, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, present physically and virtually. It is a distinct pleasure for me to have the opportunity to speak at this session today after the eloquent delivery of the public lecture by the Vice President. Many thanks to the National Planning Commission of Malawi and the Sadc Secretariat for inviting me. On behalf of the Digital Impact Alliance and the United Nations Foundation, we appreciate the honor and opportunity to share our learnings and opinions on digitalization and how it can support Sadc member states and their goals towards industrialization. As His Excellency eloquently outlined, the current development landscape for the Sadc members, combined with the impacts of COVID-19, underscore the importance of making strategic and coordinated investments to create a conducive environment for catalyzing and accelerating digital transformation towards Sadc goals of industrialization, but also to support Sadc in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, on behalf of the Digital Impact Alliance and the United Nations Foundation, I would like to take this opportunity to examine and propose possible ways in which Sadc member states can invest in and foster a conducive environment as a complementary discussion from the Vice President's well-detailed lecture. As His Excellency described, COVID-19 has accelerated the need for ways to enable society to interact while keeping physical distance to minimize the risk of transmitting this airborne virus. Now, digital technologies have undoubtedly proven to be a critical tool for facilitating everyday interaction across social settings and for economic transactions. Me joining virtually today from the nation of Zambia, Lusaka, is definitely one proof of how digital technologies are facilitating our everyday interactions. As articulated by the Vice President, digital technologies do have power to transform how individuals, companies, and governments interact. Interestingly, though, despite the billions of dollars of investments that we've seen over the decades go into digitalization, the institutionalized use of digital technology remains elusive, which ultimately affects the status of industrialization from digital. Now, there are a number of observations that we have made. we have continued to see four main issues persist, and I'll focus on this. Number one is that the investment towards digitalization in creating digital and data products continues to be siloed, fragmented, and duplicative. Number two, we have noticed that development of citizen-responsive policies to drive digitalization for industrialization remains a challenge. It is still lagging behind. Thirdly, we also have noticed that deploying commercially attractive pricing and procurement models for digital investments has not been efficiently and fully explored. And lastly, number four, there is a lack of sufficient digital literacy among all people to deploy and use the digital products towards industrialization. We call these four issues that I've highlighted the 4 Ps of digital transformation, which are key areas of focus towards enhancing the use of digital technologies for industrialization, as the Vice President had articulated. Again, the 4 Ps are products, policies, pricing or procurement, and people. Now, each of these Ps or issues has received some level of attention and funding in recent years in most Sadc countries and elsewhere. However, very few efforts look at each of these Ps as a set of interwoven challenges that all countries must address to achieve digital economy. I believe that as a continent, we can be leaders in addressing each of these challenges in new ways that apply in Africa, in SADC's context, and beyond. I will thus delve into some actionable points of how SADC member states can address each of the challenges to enhance digitalization, industrialization, as we have been challenged by the Vice President. Number one is, while digital innovations are leading the way, often we've seen that innovation has preceded policy, or rather innovation has gone ahead of policy. We thus cannot have a true digital economy that His Excellency was referring to without a strong and enabling policy foundation. For example, the need for more open application programming interfaces for payment systems to enhance e-trade that would help businesses to survive in COVID-19 times, as was highlighted by the Vice President, cannot happen without relevant, progressive, and futuristic enabling policies. Underline futuristic and not retrogressive or traditional policies. As an action point, we believe that taking a whole of society approach in which digital and data policy is grounded in the values of inclusion, leaving no one behind, to safeguard privacy and establish appropriate guardrails for citizens and technology implementers is absolutely critical. Being more adaptive and citizen responsive starts with appropriate and relevant policies and regulation. Number two, although thousands of digital products and solutions have been funded in Africa over the last decade, a few have achieved scale and even fewer are interoperable. Most digital products and platforms are deployed in a piecemeal fashion by sector. For example, you will notice that agriculture will have its own infrastructure for messaging systems that reach the same people that a health project intends to reach through a duplicate message system with health information. Both of these systems, be it the agriculture system or the health system, may certainly require a national ID system or an authenticating system as foundational building blocks. However, even these foundational digital building blocks are often deployed in a fragmented manner across sectors, whereas making deployment of digital products duplicative and inefficient because of a lack of a structured enterprise architecture model. As an action point, we believe that governments must consider taking a whole of government approach in setting up their digital infrastructure and platforms to enhance industrialization. The whole of government approach refers to a cross-sector and cross-organizational consideration of individuals' needs to delivering digital services in a more integrated, scalable, and coordinated manner. A whole of government approach enhances a holistic architectural approach, taking advantage of the economies of scale that are not available when building new digital solutions or delivering digital services in a piecemeal fashion. Now, there is tangible evidence from countries as diverse as India and Estonia that illustrate how a government-wide approach to investing in shared digital infrastructure, platforms, and opening up development to local citizen creators can actually lead to a more rapid scaling up of development services, which comes with strong protection for citizens' rights at a fraction of the cost and ultimately spurs industrialization. This cross-sectoral approach is currently being taken and demonstrated in many countries, which include, but are not limited to, the global digital transformation exemplar countries, which are India, Estonia, South Korea, Singapore, but we've also seen our own African digital transformation exemplar countries, the likes of Rwanda, Kenya, South Africa, Egypt, and Mauritius, to mention a few. As an action point, we recommend that Sadc member states learn from the models developed by these digital transformation exemplar countries to spur industrialization. Number 3, in order to attract more proven digital products and solutions, it is necessary to also reflect briefly on some of the barriers that countries face when procuring new digital tools and receiving viable pricing models from commercial vendors. The government is the single biggest buyer in almost every country around the world, and trillions of dollars get exchanged in public contracts each year. In 2018 alone, about 11 trillion US dollars was exchanged in public contracts with governments. Countries can leverage this large spend volume to drive the market towards digital transformation objectives that can ultimately spur industrialization. Public procurement should be considered a policy tool for national digital transformation and hence included as part of the national digital transformation strategy setting towards industrialization. We have to be intentional. And thus we believe that a true digital transformation process requires a fundamental rethink of traditional procurement models across agencies and staffing these agencies with specialized skills and knowledge around digitalization. Further, we do recommend that donors and multilateral funds that focus solely on sectoral initiatives, projects, and fund digitalization within them should be changed to reflect the cross-cutting nature of digital. Finally, we must be mindful of the digital capacity of our people in both government and across society to enhance digital skills of the people to create, design, use, consume, manage, and indeed to maintain these digital technology solutions. Low digital literacy is a persistent problem globally and cannot be ignored as we think about the policies, the digital products, and pricing for new digital solutions towards industrialization. Now, through research that we've conducted at the United Nations Foundation, we see consistent demand to build digital capacity and a persistent lack of funding to meet that demand. This exists at multiple levels, from leadership through implementers. And as the Vice President mentioned, digital technologies enable citizens to access public services, strengthen government capability, and serve as a platform for citizens to take collective action. For instance, through social media such as Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp. Therefore, as an action point, we recommend that governments invest to fund digital literacy, digital skills, and capacity for people to be able to use digital platforms for learning, to make payments, conduct business, and to access public services using digital platforms. Enhancing digital literacy has to happen across the digital development ecosystem. And to quote the United Nations Digital Cooperation Roadmap, I quote, "Digital capacity building must be more needs-driven and tailored to individual and national circumstances and better coordinated globally." As the stewards of the principles for digital development, at the Digital Impact Alliance, we offer services and public trainings to support countries that are interested in building digital literacy. And we call upon others to invest here to build capacity on how to do digital well for industrialization. We extend this call to Sadc countries that are interested in enhancing digital literacy of their citizens. In conclusion, while my remarks today have focused primarily on the nation state, I want to emphasize that I and my colleagues at the Digital Impact Alliance believe strongly in the critical role that regional groups such as Sadc provide locally and globally. As His Excellency the Vice President previously stated, the digital economy is an important catalyst for achieving national, regional, as well as global development objectives. Sadc has a strong record in bringing together nations to embrace the opportunities and to tackle the challenges of our time. Digital transformation issues and the use of data to spur industrialization are the greatest opportunity and threat that we will face. We need to work together as member states, sharing our learning from the global digital transformation exemplar countries like Estonia, India, Rwanda, Kenya. We also need to see our country digital strategies within Sadc member states being more open about our successes and failures in tackling the persistent policy, product, pricing, and people challenges that are preventing digital technology from consistently spurring industrialization. As the famous proverb goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. Today, I choose, and I hope you do too, to go further together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russia, for that contribution to the main lecture. I would like just to say a few remarks from her presentation that a conducive environment is the key condition for catalyzing and accelerating digital transformation towards Sadc growth of industrialization and achieving its SDGs amid this COVID-19. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Honor, at this stage, we would like that we ask the poet to come forward so that we have a brief shot. So, Kawaniso Malewezi. Kawaniso Malewezi. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Vice President, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before I read my poem this morning, I would like to extend my gratitude to my invitation to come share some poetry with you. The poem that I'm going to read is titled Of Things That I Know, and it's a collection of nuggets of knowledge. I would also say a bit of wisdom in the 40-something years that I've had the privilege of being here. I hope you enjoy it. I know that a woman is closer to God. The way she forgives over and over is an angel's breath away from being divine. I know there's nothing as sincere as a mother's prayer for her child. I know that a woman is more beautiful than she's pretty, more powerful than she's strong, and more human than she is woman. I know that her touch is a queen's sword on a boy's shoulder, knighting him into a man. I know that though touched by many, only one woman will have such a touch, and that his skin will always remember how her fingertips spoke the language of kings. I know that boys will be boys, and not all boys grow into men. I know that no amount of manliness can suppress the child's voice when a man talks to his mother. I know that a man values respect over love. I know the life-changing power of a loving and present father. I know the unbreakable bond that exists between a father and his first daughter, and that despite such a bond, she will always run to cry in the arms of her mother. I know that a child's heart is too porous to hold a grudge. I know that some children grow up and grow away faster than they are raised. I know that no one is too grown not to have parents of his or her own. I know that when lied to, parents always know. I know that related people don't always relate. I know that families sometimes live in homes haunted by secrets. I know that secrets come out of the grave when we go in. I know that whispers have a return address. I know that people are selfish. I know the rattling sounds of skeletons when choosing an outfit from our closet to hide our nakedness. I know nakedness. I know that scars are just sculptures crafted by the healing hands of time. I know that broken hearts that remain broken implode. I know that sometimes the body is unaware of the death of its soul. But I know hope. I know the trust of a friend, the value of a partner, and the comfort of a lover. I know that life is a game scored in smiles. I know that sometimes the sun shines when it rains. And above all the things that I know that the most profound is that they are just a drop in the ocean of the things that I don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kawaniso Malewezi. Your Honor, I hope we followed it and we understand and we can reflect on the key lecture you delivered, Your Honor, so that indeed we can move on appropriately. We have listened to the eminent speaker's delivery, the distinguished discussant, and indeed the poem. We would like now to go to the next session of panel discussion, which will be led by my senior colleague, Professor Ades Malata, Vice Chancellor of Malawi University of Science and Technology. However, I just wish to provide a little brief about her. She is the Vice Chancellor of Malawi University of Science and Technology and the first woman to hold a position of VC in a public university in Malawi. She previously served as Vice President of the International Confederation of Midwives, President of the Africa Honor Society of Nursing of Sigma Theta Tau International, and also Principal of Kamuzu College of Nursing of the University of Malawi. As a principal of the college, she spearheaded the college to become a World Health Organization collaborating center for international professional education and leadership in 2016. Your Honor, Professor Adres Malata. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, allow me this morning, just 3 minutes to 12, to start the panel discussion. And so all protocol observed. Before I invite the panelists, I want to remind our participants who are online that they will have an opportunity to ask questions. So there's a question and answer box at the right hand of the screens. They can write their questions at any time. They can make a comment. And we have colleagues that are monitoring what is being written in the chat box as well. Let me also remind participants that are in this hall that they will be given an opportunity to ask questions or to make a comment at an appropriate time. Because we have observed protocol throughout this morning, my request to all of us is that we go straight to the question or comment so that we can catch up on time. It is an honor and privilege once again to introduce Dr. Rachel Siwande, who was the discussant and is also part of the panel. Let me also now invite to the podium Honorable Roy Akajue Kachali Banda, Minister of Industry, Malawi. Honorable Kachali Banda was appointed in July 2020, and in the new vision, Malawi 2063, industrialization, as you heard from previous speakers, is one of the 3 pillars that will take Malawi to be an inclusively wealth and industrialized self-reliant nation by 2063. And Honorable Kachali Banda is in charge of advancing Malawi's industrialization agenda. He brings to the panel knowledge and expertise on how Malawi supports regional integration through industrialization in line with Sadc Vision 2050 and Sadc Industrialization Strategy 2015 to 2063. He previously served in private sector as Managing Director of the Joyce Banda Foundation, holds a Bachelor of Accountancy degree, and also now studying at the University of Stellenbosch, MPhil in Development Finance. A round of applause for Honorable Kachali. Let me also introduce a distinguished son of Africa. So let me also introduce a distinguished son of Africa by the name of Professor Richard Mkandawire, who is currently serving as chairperson of National Planning Commission. He is also Africa Director of the Alliance of African Partnership with Michigan State University. He once served as a senior advisor to the new Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, where he was the principal architect in the design of NEPAD's comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program. And he catalyzed for its acceptance by African heads of state and donor agencies. During his leadership, he served at the heart and soul of the organization, and also he was actually the public face of NEPAD. Professor Mkandawiye's academic career includes teaching and research at the University of Malawi, Bunda College of Agriculture, now Luana, where he was at the helm of leadership in the establishment of Center for Agricultural Research and Development, CARD. Online is our other panelist, Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, CEO for NEPAD. Dr. Mayaki serves indeed as CEO of NEPAD agency, which is headquartered in Midland, South Africa, but a former Prime Minister of Niger from 1997 to 2000. He holds a master's degree from the National School of Public Administration, Quebec, Canada, and is also a holder of a Doctor of Philosophy. Finally, on our panel, we have Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, who is the Director of Technology, Climate Change, and Natural Resources Management in the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We heard earlier on that he has served in 3 cabinet portfolios: health, finance, but more importantly, he was at the helm of introducing blue economy and also has served as a government's pivotal point in Seychelles, indeed, many years. And before entering cabinet, he occupied several senior roles in the office of President of the Republic of Seychelles, including being Director General for Presidential Affairs. Let's give him a round of applause. So as you can see, Your Honor and distinguished guests, we do have eminent men and a woman that will discuss issues that were raised in the Vice President's keynote address. But at the same time, these individuals will answer questions and make comments depending on what comes from the audience. So what makes a successful keynote address is the interaction that comes after that address, because we have to draw lessons. We have to come up with strong messages that we can input into Sadc's declaration. So I want to invite all of you to relax, enjoy the session. We'll catch up on time. But remember, once again, stick to the point. We don't have to repeat salutations. Let's just say what we want to say. And at the end of the session, the Vice President will provide a short reflection on what comes out of this discussion. So I'll start this session by addressing a question, Mr. Jean-Paul Adam. Because of your experience, sir, I would like you, having listened to the presentation by the Vice President and the discussant, to look at how SADC integration agenda can better be deepened in the wake of what the globe going through, pandemics, politics, many challenges. And your experience, I'm sure, will add value to this discussion. So how best can SADC integration agenda be better deepened so that we can improve people's lives? Mr. Adam.
Thank you very much, Rachel. So Your Honor, Your Excellency, the Vice President, to all honorable ministers, good afternoon and greetings from Addis Ababa. And I would like to first of all to convey the warmest greetings from Dr. Vera Songwe, the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. The UNECA is delighted to partner with SADC on this very important event, and in particular around the promotion of digitalization for the revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda. I think in particular in this era where African countries are trying to respond simultaneously to the impact of COVID-19 while also addressing the issue of climate change, we need to review the investments that African countries make and not simply pursue the same types of industrialization that we have in the past. And I think this was particularly the strong message that came out of the Vice President's presentation, that we can't just do the same that we have already done. We need to do differently. We need to look at things that will be accelerating the rate of growth in Africa and which will create more sustainable value chains, create more jobs, and allow African countries to invest in themselves and not only be dependent on external resources. It's clear that the nature of economic development in Africa is already changing. We're already seeing that, for example, mobile technologies and digital services are already among the biggest drivers of growth, and that the mobile and digital services are already contributing to over 8% of GDP across the continent. Now, if we look at what are the challenges and where we should invest first and foremost, and I think the Vice President particularly emphasized this, that we need to look at digitalization as a investment in the core infrastructure of our economies. Now, we are facing some challenges because, for example, in Africa, only 26% of homes have reliable access to the internet. And if we compare that with Europe, where it's over 82%, this is one of the key challenges. So there's the infrastructure challenge. Digital costs and access to these technologies are also much higher in Africa, and particularly as a percentage of the average income, where over 7% of the average income is required to access just 1 gigabyte of mobile data. And this is much more than in developed regions. So there has to be an investment led in the infrastructure in digital infrastructure. And this must be accompanied, of course, with investments in the energy sector. The two go hand in hand. And these are what we will call perhaps platform infrastructure, which then allows further benefits to be felt within sub-regions such as Sadc, but also across the whole of the continent. Investing in the digitalization allows the further acceleration of growth prospects. And the UNECA recently has done a series of case studies which have shown particularly investing in green sectors brings benefits to the economies. And we've seen, for example, in the Republic of South Africa, that investing in green sectors can provide a 420% more value addition and 250% more jobs through the value chain. And that implies as well investing particularly in the digitalization of key services and also of the finance sector in particular. Investing in digitalization is also a key element in improving inclusion and allowing better access to services. The UNECA is supporting this also by promoting the digital identity services, because in a number of our countries, one of the key issues is being able to properly address those that are most in need, provide services to those that are most in need, as most of small and micro enterprises, for example, would be informal. And appropriate digitalization of these services can allow us to better factor in the way in which we can target these companies. I'd also like to touch on one of the main industries for Africa, which is, of course, food production and agriculture. And while we don't necessarily automatically associate digitalization with this sector, we must recognize that one of the key challenges for this sector currently in Africa is its lack of efficiency. And for us to be able to really achieve the value addition that we want in the value chains, it is about optimizing these efficiencies. And that means using digital technologies such as artificial intelligence to make informed decisions about where farming can be done most effectively, looking at climate patterns and digitalization, a lot of the data that is available around climate, and therefore making more informed decisions around investments. It can also allow for better planning, for example, on land use, which is one of the biggest challenges in Africa, where a lot of the land that is already available is not necessarily optimized in terms of its usage. And it allows us to build that long-term climate resilience by factoring in the data that we already have on climate, as well as future data, and therefore reduce the impact of droughts, of flooding, and build that resilience into the investments at the outset. So these are just a few of the elements that we need to keep in mind. So I would say in summary, first and foremost, there has to be a coherent strategy about the investment in the infrastructure. This involves commitments from governments, but also involving the private sector. There has to be a coherent strategy around investment in digitalization and digital transformation strategies. This can build on the African Union digital transformation strategy, but it should also be implemented at a regional level through organizations such as Sadc, and each country also needs to ensure that they have an appropriate national digital transformation strategy. There is also, I think, a key element of crowding in the private sector in terms of investment and accompanying this with access to finance for startups and small and medium enterprises. And we will continue at the ECA to support the implementation of the African Union strategy on digital transformation at the national level as well as at the regional level. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to share these thoughts with you, and we look forward to the outcomes and the continued very informative discussion. Thank you, and back to you, Rachel.
Thank you very much. It's not Richard's address, but I think you've raised very important points, and I think the key issue here is investment. So the message to member states, SADC member states, is invest, invest, invest. Thank you very much. So I will now move on to Richard Mkandawili. And I think I like the fact that you've talked about production. And Professor Mkandawili, you have a lot of experience in issues of the basket. You also understand very well how academia and research institutions can support this agenda. So I want you to share with the audience, what are gaps? What gaps exist in technology? And what can be done to improve? And I also want you to, I think, touch on what the Vice President talked about, a need to develop centers of excellency and where they exist to strengthen them, but also look at specialization. So I thought perhaps you could look at the three issues together. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, moderator. Let me raise about 4 points in response to the issues that you have raised, but also the issues that have been raised by the colleagues, including the Right Honorable Vice President. First, and I think foremost, I think we all need to agree that, digitalization needs to be democratized. That's one issue which I would like to raise. Secondly, digitalization needs to focus on the key sector, which is agriculture. Again, this has been the Economic Commission for Africa, as well as by the Right Honorable. There's need for ensuring that we have strong leadership, our leaders, to invest in this particular sector. Okay. The idea of building strong institutions is very important. This commitment towards digitalization, integration. I think we're all aware that a limited number of individuals, maybe those who are well off, but more fundamentally, rural communities as well, and communities are farmers, and therefore digitalization should really begin to target. But more fundamentally, it's also about ensuring that the need to be user-friendly. These are communities, not just user-friendly, but also we need to make sure that the content itself takes into account the local cultural milieu, the local environment, to make sure that it speaks to the people on the ground. Absolutely fundamental. One of the tragedies of our development processes is that we assume that our development can be parachuted into a village by simply targeting individuals in those rural communities without their full participation. And everybody, I think, agrees, particularly in this day, the 21st century, that you cannot impose ideas on a people. You really have to ensure that they begin to craft their own ideas and their own, issues, based on their own thinking. That's absolutely fundamental. And within the context of agriculture, or focus on the agri-food system, it's absolutely fundamental also that we take into account some of the continental frameworks as an entry point. We often forget that our leaders have already defined the continental priorities, and in our case also regional priorities, and therefore these continental frameworks become vital as an entry point. And within the context of agriculture, I think we cannot ignore the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, because that's the blueprint that was defined by the leaders in 2003 as a framework for the restoration of agriculture growth and food security at the continental level. And within that context, there is actually land management and water resources management. And again, as I explained already by the Right Honourable Vice President and others, including our colleague from the Economic Commission for Africa, we need to manage, our agriculture sector by taking advantage of the new technologies that have emerged within the context of digitalization, and indeed including maybe digital mapping of our countries to make sure that we map up the soils, and making sure that, as we make recommendations, particularly those of us working in the agriculture sector, we make sure that our recommendations are very precise. They speak to the soils in each ecological zone within a country, or indeed, each of the countries. But beyond that, of course, I would like to make sure that, again, we take advantage of some of the technologies in ensuring that, there's surveillance of, pests and diseases. You understand that through maybe remote sensing, where the likely floods going to happen, where are droughts going to happen, and therefore, using some of those technologies, it will be absolutely fundamental. I think, as I explained already, especially in Kenya, we are fully aware that in Kenya, the mobile device has been used very extensively as a tool for training of farmers, where information is actually provided for smallholder farmers to begin to identify maybe pests and diseases, but at the same time they receive messages around appropriate agricultural practices through the devices. But beyond that, of course, information for marketing purposes to make sure that those devices are used to know the prices of their goats in the city in Nairobi, to know the prices of their milk in the city. Absolutely fundamental. But within the context of that, of course, there's an attempt to make sure that they take into account the unique needs of the farmers, to make sure that the content of messages are actually tailored to those particular farmers. And moving on, political commitment and having strong leaders, it cannot be overemphasized that our region needs strong leaders to really drive change and transformation. And by strong leaders, it implies that the leaders are very clear in terms of what their national agenda is, what their priorities are, and making sure that they commit requisite resources to those priorities. And it cannot be overemphasized that one of those priorities that has for years been neglected is the agriculture sector. Because if we're not cut up for the majority of our people who live in rural areas, who are we serving? It's got to be that target group. And therefore, I think committing resources to that target group is fundamental. Within the context of digital technology, what it implies, therefore, is that our investments in that particular sector, agriculture, has got to focus on, not just a narrow area like, subsidies, but also looking at research and development. There's very little resources that go into research and development. Maybe a real fraction out of the commitments of Maputo, where there's commitment of 10% of a budget going to the agriculture sector. One wonders how much of that budget goes to research and development. But this is where we need, I think, those technologies that are, need to be developed by our research institutions. But beyond that, of course, we're not actually ignoring the need for tapping on some of the other global knowledge centers, like some of the CG centers. But nevertheless, we need to find our own research institutions, absolutely critical. Let me also echo, I think, the sentiments from the Right Honorable Vice President that, we really need to begin to look at building our own, centers of excellence. We have a pool of, institutions across the Sadc region that are doing excellent work in a whole range of areas, a whole range of sectors, whether it's in the area of health, or whether it's in the area of agriculture, or whether it's in the area of trade, many other sectors. These actually should be taken advantage of. And I think one of the tragedies of Africa is that for too many years, we have tended to rely on external institutions. We go to the Bretton Woods Institutes to seek advice. We go to the Mackenzies to seek advice, and yet we have our own institutions within the region. I'm delighted that the Deputy Executive Secretary of Sadc is here, Dr. Nkosi. Welcome to Malawi, and I'm sure you'll be taking note of these recommendations that are in the decisions that will come up in the Council. Let's pay attention to tapping on this rich reservoir of our own institutions, whether it's in Angola, whether it's in South Africa, whether it's in Tanzania. They have comparative advantage, these countries, in certain disciplines or in certain sectors. And we need to tap on those institutions. And I believe that we can actually make use of our own institutions to support us, not just in the digital technology space, but also in other spaces as well. My colleagues, the Vice Chancellors, we have been in discussion for quite a number of months now, including other Vice Chancellors from the region. Again, I'm speaking to our colleagues from the Secretariat that I think committing ourselves to linking these centers of excellence with Sadc Secretariat and ensuring that there's an interface on tapping on this rich reservoir of our institutions and expertise is going to be fundamental. Sadc itself is very thin in terms of staffing. Why can't you periodically second somebody from University of Cape Town or the University of Lilongwe of Agriculture and Natural Resources to come and spend some time at the Sadc Secretariat and work with you around some of the very thorny issues around, the regional indicative development plan and other sectors which you're working on. And I think it is time that we began to really tap on this rich reservoir of expertise we have in our own institutions. And I very much hope that the Council of Ministers and indeed our heads of state and government will really take this seriously. We need to begin to respect our own institutions as a basis for transformation of this region and our nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I need not to repeat what you've said. I think very elaborate. I do hope that before we finish this discussion, we can talk about marginalized groups. And I like the fact that we're talking about not leaving people in rural communities. But I also think we need to talk about women, the youth, and many other groups that are disadvantaged. I'll now move on to our next panelist, Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki. So for you, sir, I want you to share with the panel, with the audience, how NEPAD is supporting Africa's industrialization agenda, and especially digitalization, and what key issues SADC member states should be looking at as we move forward in advancing this discussion.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor. So, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's a pleasure to be here and to be recognized His Excellency Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. First of all, you must know certainly that NEPAD has been transformed into the African Union Development Agency. It's the Continental Development Agency, which has the main objective of implementing continental strategic frameworks and helping them be translated at regional level. So I would like to, first of all, refer to the delivery process of a regional integration agenda. It's very important to focus on it. Our regional integration agenda at the African Union level has 3 steps. The design of a continental framework, and Professor Kandawire was referring to CADEP. CADEP is an example. IDA in industrialization is another example. The regional translation of a continental framework at the REC level, like SADC, and I think SADC should be praised because it was one of the first regional economic community to have a regional strategy in terms of industrialization. And lastly, the critical point is the coherence which is established between the regional strategies and the national plans. And that's where many divergences can occur. And it's important to mention it, especially since Professor Kandawire is chairman of the National Planning Commission. So why is regional integration important? And why is AUDA NEPAD, the African Union Development Agency, focusing fundamentally in boosting regional integration through regional priority projects? We helped evidently in structuring the master plan of SADC. We also supported the industrialization strategy of SADC. And we are actively involved in most of SADC countries at national level, from agriculture to education to health to, well, all the development sectors that you could refer to. So why is it important? Because we are facing a situation where it's important to differentiate between what I call System 1, which is the regional structures that we have, from the African Union Commission to regional economic communities, ourselves, AUDA, NEPAD, etc. And System 2, which is about how African population, African investors, African private sector actors are moving in the continent. And System 2 is faster than System 1. System 1, which is public-driven, is much slower than System 2. So that gap between System 2 and System 1 needs to be filled by leadership and political commitments, political determination. The leaders who will succeed are the ones who will fill that gap. My second point regarding what AUDA NEPAD is doing, we know that the 2 most important impacts of the pandemic will be an increase in inequality. And let's not forget that Africa is the most unequal region in the world, and an increase in unemployment. On the African markets, you have roughly every year 20 million cohorts of youngs between 18 and 25 coming on the employment market. Most of them don't find jobs because of the lack of industrialization and because we have not been serious enough in agricultural transformation and in supporting small-scale farmers. Evidently, agro-industry is important, but we won't get out of the handicaps that we are facing in agricultural transformation if we don't support small-scale farmers. And in that domain, in these 2 main consequences, which is a rise in inequality and a rise in unemployment, we have been working very strongly with EcoBank, which is the continental bank, several other commercial banks in setting up what we call the 100,000 micro, small, and medium enterprises. It's very concrete. I'm not talking theoretically about a strategy. I'm talking about what is being done very concretely. And through this partnership with commercial banks, we have set up digital platforms in order to support micro, small, and medium enterprises so that they can grow. And we are doing the same through a very concrete program that we call the Homegrown Solutions Program, which is supporting startups in the medical devices and pharmaceutical domain, so that we lead them progressively to better access to finance, better access to markets, reorganization of their management systems, etc. So these are two very concrete domains where we are acting. And why is it important? Because we know that 80% of Africa's employment is within the informal sector and within micro, small, and medium enterprises, which for most of them are informal. So there also comes the issue, and that's my third point, but governments need to change the way they look at development. Development will radically change, and governments will understand that development thinking needs to change during this pandemic and after the pandemic will succeed. 2 points. First of all, multisectorality is the fundamental approach to follow. We can no longer think in terms of sectors, isolated sectors. Agriculture, industry, health, education. It is a huge constraint to strategy design and to implementation. And multisectorality doesn't mean that you create interministerial committees. No, it means that from the start, there is a rationale about putting people together in order to face a challenge which is multisectoral. Digitalization is multisectoral. Agricultural transformation is multisectoral. The second change which will need to occur is that centralized government giving instructions from the capitals so that these instructions cascade and trickle down and have an impact. This no longer works. It has to be a combination of top-down and bottom-up. Why? Because critical actors like the civil society, like the private sector actors, which are the faster ones, remember, system 2, need to be taken into account. If they are not taken into account, implementation will not occur and will face the continuous diagnosis of failures of implementation. Failures of implementation are embedded in the design of a strategy. Implementation doesn't just occur once the strategy is designed. It has to be embedded structurally in the design of a strategy. And lastly, on digital technologies and industrialization, I think it will be important, and the Right Honorable Vice President was mentioning the premature deindustrialization process, a term which was first coined by Danny Roderick of Harvard. When we face a premature deindustrialization, and we are not out of it, we need to rethink our industrialization processes by looking at the fundamental actors who promote industrialization. And it means that the states need to be entrepreneurial. What does an entrepreneurial state mean? It means a state which does not implement directly, but creates the incentives and the necessary institutional ecosystems for startups, micro, small, and medium enterprises to flourish. So the main and fundamental role of the state has to be an entrepreneurial role in order to create that space. And beyond the state, evidently, we come to the regional level, and the regional level and the regional economic communities need also to think in terms of entrepreneurial role. And I think the changes will undoubtedly occur after the pandemic will need to be anticipated. So we cannot keep repeating the same things over and over again. We need to open our minds to the minds of other actors. This is fundamental. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mayaki. I think you've raised important points as well, and I think I love the way you describe System 1 and System 2, and I think also challenging governments to think differently. I think issues of inequalities and unemployment, I think each member state knows what is happening in their country, and I think we need to really be vigilant so that at the end of the day we make a difference, because it's not about declarations, it's not about commitments, but it's about the difference we make in our countries. And I think what you have said, your emphasis on regional strategies linking to national plans links very well with the next panelist, Honorable Roy Kajare. Now, what role can the private sector and non-state actors play to support government's efforts to develop world-class industries in the region in line with national and regional policy frameworks? It's a mouthful, but I think you can unbundle that, Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Moderator. Thank you very much, the National Planning Commission, for inviting me to be part of this panel. I think I'll make 3 points in response to your question. And first of all is you would like to know what I think the role private sector will play as well as other non-state actors. And the first one that comes to my mind is research and development and a collaboration between private sector and the academia in the creation of value for money. Pillar number 2 of the industrialization roadmap talks about competitiveness and the need for our region to move from comparative advantage to competitive advantage. And that is underscored by qualitative goal number 4, which also talks about the enhancement of productive capacities, productivity and competitiveness. Now, the creation of world-class industries would depend on the creation of a sustainable and reliable demand for our products. And in order for us to do that, we need to create value for money. Value for money being that sweet spot that you get when you balance quality and price. We all know that when you have products coming from different regions and they're of equal price, then quality becomes the determinant of the demand. And on the flip side of that, if you have products that are of similar price, then quality becomes the determinant. And so how do we create value for money? We need to start looking at research and development. If the private sector and manufacturers mainly can talk to the academia and come up with ways of looking at the cost structures of our products as well as the quality of our products that we're producing, then I think we start winning in the war against in the war on import substitution as well as export development. Now, if you look at research and development for value addition, we can look at it on the angle of import substitution. And in order for us to do that, we need to start looking at what products we have on our shelves or in our grocery stores and find out how it is that there are products coming in from other regions that are able to occupy that space and to start analyzing whether the issue is about price, or is it about quality, or is it about the combination of the two. And to analyze all this, this is where the academia and the manufacturers come in, because you have to now look at machinery. Are we using the right machinery? Are we using outdated machinery, which is also what digitalization can come in to alleviate that problem. We also need to start looking at processes. What kind of processes are we using? Are we using outdated methods in creating our products, which is making our products uncompetitive in terms of price and quality? But again, also on the flip side of that, you want to look at research and development in terms of export development. As already stated, I think the Vice President in his presentation talked about, I think his quantitative goal number 4 of the strategy and roadmap, which talks about our aspiration as a region to move from 30%, 20% manufacturing value added to 50% by the year 2030. And again, in order for us to do that, we need to start looking at what we are doing wrong. For me, we all know that our region, Sub-Saharan Africa, as well as, and by extension, the Sadc region, we are notorious for our appetite for exporting commodities in their primary form. And the intervention that we need now is to go out there and look at what products are being created from the primary commodities that we export and see what they are making with them. And a simplistic example that I like to give is that our country, Malawi, produces a lot of groundnuts or peanuts, some call, and 90% of those, when they're being exported raw. And so we need to go out there, and because I can guarantee you that the person who is out there, the end user of the peanuts, is not looking for raw peanuts, but rather some sort of value-added product. So we need to go and start, let's say for example, that's peanut butter. We need to go and start looking at what is the peanut butter that is being sold in Europe that is made from Malawian peanuts. What does it look like? What is the texture? What does it taste like? How do they package it? How do they market it? And if the academia and the business, private sector, and in academia I'm also talking about the business schools as well as the scientists, look at all this information, come back with it, and see if we can replicate the quality that is being sold out there from products made from our exported goods. My second point has to do with one of the binding constraints of the roadmap, which talks about access to finance as being something that is going to be a problem for us if we want to move forward with our industrialization. And Professor Nkandawire talked about that we like to parachute solutions that are developed for other countries. Now, the development of world-class industries is going to depend on access to finance at all levels, from small to medium to micro, all the way to the top. And we need to start developing financial instruments or financial solutions that speak to our problems. Our financial institutions have serious problems, I'm sorry to say, that they have the tendency of going out there and copying financial instruments that are designed for economic regions that have vastly socioeconomic differences than our own region, and then to take those solutions and parachute them down to the grassroots, and they never work. They are incompatible. So I think, as by way of example, if you allow me, in the recent past we have seen a mushrooming of village banks in our country. Like all over the country, you have people putting money together and lending to one another, usually at very exorbitant interest rates, but they exist nonetheless. And I think 2-3 months ago, the banks started to move into that space to sort of cannibalize these village banks. And there was a general outcry from the population to say, no, the reason that the village banks exist is because the high street banks are unable to speak to the problems that are obtaining on the ground. And so I think the banks or the financial institutions, the central bank, the Malawi Stock Exchange need to come together and together come up with also their own research and development, and also see if they can include digitization in there to make sure that we start crafting problems that speak to problems that are on the ground for our people. And briefly, lastly, I think I'd like to move on to non-governmental organizations as well as civil society. And I think in the recent past we've done all right in other areas like gender-based violence, child abuse, nutrition, HIV and AIDS, and so on and so forth. But where we have failed, I think, is where we need to start moving into economic empowerment education. And this is, you made that point about the marginalized populations, the women and the youth. How do we help them? I think the civil society needs to craft some solutions as well in terms of how do we ensure that our people who are there at the grassroots are able to access finance, and then how do we use digitization or the mobile penetration to be able to teach the women and the youth, or even the elderly, how to conduct business, how to invest their money, how to do bookkeeping, how to do marketing, and so on and so forth. So I think there are other roles that I think I can mention, but those have been touched already by the other speakers. So for now, allow me to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, and I like the practical examples you've given about the scenario here back home, and I'm sure member states can also look at what you've shared and compare with what's happening in their countries. But I think at the end of the day, I do like the fact that you're thinking value addition can make a difference in our countries. Then we'll now finally move on to our final panelist, Dr. Rachel Siwande. She was a discussant, and she talked about digitalization, industrialization very well articulated discussion. But I want her to finally just, briefly talk about digital divide. I think the issue about women, the marginalized. So with your experience, Rachel, what comments can you make on this particular issue? And then finally, also answering the question, can Sadc consider adopting and adapting the Silicon Valley industrialization concept? Rachel.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think briefly on the first question around women, girls, I'll just quote President Obama, who said we cannot talk about development without talking about women and girls, who make up half of the world's population. And therefore, we need to bring their views, their perspectives to the table as we're talking about digitalization. We have to enhance access, likewise for women, for girls, so that they are also part of this development agenda. And going to a second question around, can Sadc consider adopting and adapting the Silicon Valley industrialization concept? I think before I go to the simple answer of whether that is possible, just want to set context on what Silicon Valley is, for lack of doubt of what it is. So the Silicon Valley is actually a center for innovative companies that are highly profitable, creating jobs, and generating more tax revenue and higher stock prices. We do know that it is actually home to more than 2,000 tech companies. That's actually the densest concentration of technology companies in one place in the world. Some of these companies, as we know, are in spaces such as producing lasers, fiber optics, robotics, virtual reality, Internet of Things. You know some of them, the likes of the Facebook, Apple, Google, Netflix. We also know Tesla was launched there, the eBays, Yahoos. So there are several trailblazers in the technology space that make in Silicon Valley. Now, to answer the question, yes, Sadc can consider adopting and adapting to the Silicon Valley concept. But it's important to understand that Silicon Valley is not just a place, it is a mindset. And I repeat, Silicon Valley is a mindset. It's a mindset to innovate and build sustainable enterprises. And there's a guy called Larry Suzzini who once stated that Silicon Valley is a concept, it's not a place. And this is the reason why we have seen so many cities around the world, from Tel Aviv in Israel to Stockholm in Sweden, that over the years have actually been shaped by the Silicon Valley concept. For example, we've seen Israel become one of the world leaders in biotechnology, cyber technology, artificial intelligence, because they've adopted and adapted the Silicon Valley concept. That's proof that we can also adapt to the Silicon Valley concept. I could go on, but just to highlight other cities, for example, Berlin, Germany is another place that has adopted the Silicon Valley concept. Today, they are a home of a mixture of hackers, private experts, and you do see that we've witnessed they have increased their startup community by over 9%, which is the highest in any European city. In China, we know Shenzhen is China's Silicon Valley, Lisbon is Portugal's Silicon Valley, and here in Africa, we know that Kenya has been called the Silicon Savannah, which is a term to describe to Kenya's technology ecosystem. We also know that Cape Town is considered the Silicon Valley of South Africa or Africa, and that it has over 450 tech firms. So it is possible to create or adapt the Silicon Valley concept in Africa. Lastly, I just want to intimate that before doing that, we need to learn from what made the Silicon Valley successful, because we can't just copy and paste. And I just wanted to highlight 2-3 things that have been noted have made the Silicon Valley concept successful. Firstly is that the state of California did prohibit non-compete clauses. So as a result, you find star performers, these innovators, leaving a company to start their own, to set out new ideas. And so the question to Sadc member states is, are we willing to put out legal and regulatory frameworks that can spur innovation in this manner, such as this prohibition of non-compete clauses? Those are bigger questions for us to ask ourselves. And then secondly, we also know that the Silicon Valley has benefited a lot from the cultural diversity. Between 1995 and 2005, we know that more than half of the startups in the Silicon Valley were actually founded by immigrants. The Valley has attracted engineers from all over the world, mostly India and China. So diversity is a key ingredient for innovation. We can never do it alone as Sadc member states. We need to integrate with others. And so Sadc ought to reflect, to integrate such initiatives, for example, creating mechanisms for digital nomads to get work permits for innovators and investors to come through to work virtually and physically in Sadc countries. Sadc countries also have to think about how to reduce the cost of doing business in our countries in the region. Consider offering numerous tax-friendly programs such as no franchise tax, no business inventory tax, and no estate tax, just to mention a few. And it's also important to stimulate angel investment groups that can bankroll some of our innovative startups. If we can do that, then yes, we can. And we can have our own Silicon Valley concept inside it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. We'll now go to our audience, both here and online, and I already have a question from Angola to Jean Paul, and the question is, investing is great in the sectors you have mentioned, but in cases whereby government doesn't invest in digitalization, how can citizens work together to implement at least basic foundation of digitalization for their communities? I don't know whether you are available to respond, Jean-Paul. And you heard the question.
Yes, I am available. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I think one of the great things about digital transformation initiatives is that we must look at digitalizing the enablers, and that includes particularly the financial sector. And we need to deepen the financial markets that are available in Africa. I think we heard already that there have been some examples in communities in Malawi where there have been essentially community-based efforts to create banking services for populations that are in isolated areas. Now, if those populations can be given easy access to digital technologies through low-cost smartphones, for example, and of course assuming that the networks are available, but if you can invest in those technologies, and generally we've seen in Africa that this can be done relatively quickly, particularly led by the private sector, telecom operators, but with the support of governments as regulators, if we have that digital access, then you can pool a wider range of means of channeling these kind of financing into, for example, smallholder farmers. And this can also allow the pooling of the marketplace and creating a more predictable market for the products that might be produced. So digital technologies have a key role in those instances, and particularly in pooling those resources. It requires support and regulation from the government side, and the appropriate infrastructure, of course, being made available by telecoms with the support of government. So I hope that answer helps.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it would be fair for us to have at least a question from the audience here, at least one or two questions. And my preference is that we get at least one from a female participant, and then perhaps one from a male participant. Preference number one, female in the audience. Question or comment? No one is going to be left behind. Go ahead. 1 minute, please.
Thank you. I thought you said the preference was for a female. I will jump the queue and ask a question. That question is, how can we integrate all these ideas together and deliver the kind of development thinking that has been expressed here this morning and this afternoon, that our governments need to think of development differently. Because throughout the presentation and the highly engaging presentation and keynote address by the Honorable Vice President, a lot of ideas have been shared, and I think those ideas must be taken into account and implemented. But ideas are ideas until they are interpreted, until they are integrated, and then institutionalized. And in the process, explore new ways of doing things and exploit existing new ways of doing things. And at that level, leadership indeed becomes very important. So the question is, how can Sadc leaders, or indeed what instruments are already existing at Sadc level that will engender two things to co-emerge? One, the integration between government, industry, and university in the context of movement from an analog focus, as the Vice President has said, to one where this digitization becomes the way of doing things, not a matter of choice, but a matter of deliberateness and intentionality. The second nexus that is critical for us to move the agenda of industrialization in a digitized world is the nexus between or among three entities: government again, industry again, and labor. And in the context of Malawi, we have a very clear example where yesterday it was announced that the president has acceded to 11 bills passed by parliament, except one. And that one was to transform the relationship between labor and industry. And yet we have perhaps some kind of misunderstanding and misconceptualization of how those entities can engender development, can engender industrialization. So the question therefore is, what institutions are already obtaining at Sadc level? What institutions are already obtaining at individual states level to ensure that we are not just talking about these ideas, but translating them all to action that become institutionalized? Thank you.
Your name, please?
My name is Dr. Christopher Guta. I represent the Manufacturers Association of Malawi, but also working at Presken Limited.
Thank you very much. I think I will ask my colleagues, Professor Mkandawire, Honorable Minister Kajari, and of course Rachel, if you're still online, later on to come in and respond to the two issues. I also do believe that the right Vice President, Honorable Vice President, will actually respond to some of the issues that have been raised when he concludes. But I still need one more question. Female participant. I have some online. I can read, but I would have loved within the audience at least to have someone speak.
I'm here.
Thank you. Introduce yourself and then raise a question. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Audrey Mwala. I'm the Managing Director of Sycamore Concert Limited. I wanted to comment on the issue of the digitalization, but on the aspect of skills development. One thing that I would like to see Sadc look at is the promotion of skills development in terms of analysis of important information that would be available for decision making. What I've observed is that if you're doing a research, it's very easy for you to get information that is available from different countries online at the click of a fingertip. But if you want to find that same information for Malawi, it's not available. And one thing that I've noted is that there is no deep technical analysis on the fundamental issues in the financial sector that can be readily available for decision making. What is available is just basic information, but now to analyze it deeper for decision making and for projections, that information is not available. That is just an example, but the case is the same in different parts of different sectors where you find it difficult to find that information online. And my conclusion is that there aren't people out there with enough expertise to be able to go deeper beyond the numbers or the information that is basic, but to digest it and analyze it and make it available at a click of a fingertip. So my question is, what Sadc will be doing in terms of not just providing solutions to the digital platform, but then behind that, the information that should be available that requires now skills development. So what it will be doing in terms of assisting deep skills development of getting the information that will be relevant for decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I think I'll just read one more online question. This is from Zimbabwe. Where does Sadc place communities of faith and their contribution to digital uptake? How can we use faith communities in this discourse? And this is a question that's come from someone, Mazinyane from Zimbabwe. I do think in the interest of time, what has started today is a conversation. And Secretariat have recorded the questions. So although we may not necessarily answer all questions, but these issues will still be addressed, I think we can perhaps at this point ask the panelists to look at the questions that have been raised, and that will also be your concluding remarks, unfortunately, because of time. So pick any of the questions, and I think within 2 minutes, respond. And then we will eventually, finally, invite the Right Honourable Vice President to give his concluding remarks, just based on what questions have come forward during this discussion. So I'll start with Prof. Mkandawire. Any responses to the issues that have been raised? Thank you.
Yeah, I think Dr. Guta raised a very important question. We are always, confronted with the challenge that we come to these forums, we go to a whole range of meetings, including the Sadc summits and other meetings. We make excellent, decisions and declarations, but then we don't follow up with mechanisms on how they will be implemented. It's very clear that, here we're discussing a very important issue here that needs to define also the mechanisms in taking forward some of the recommendations here. One of the ways of doing it is, of course, to identify a champion. Who is going to be the champion to drive some of these recommendations? That would be important, and probably the Secretariat may wish to reflect further on this idea of a champion. But behind a champion, of course, you need funding, and therefore I think setting up a special fund on digitalization would become also important. And where do we get that fund? I believe the Right Honourable Vice President alluded to that we have our own billionaires in this region. Why not approach these Sadc billionaires to contribute to that fund and maybe have a conversation? Perhaps more importantly, the Secretariat may wish to set up a small committee which would be composed of maybe some of the institutions of higher learning that are represented here and elsewhere to really look into this whole idea of setting up these centers of excellence, and then liaise with the Secretariat at Sadc Secretariat to really define a process of operationalizing some of the recommendations that are emerging from this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for, I think, the suggestions you've made. Now I turn to you, Honourable Minister. Any responses?
Yes, thank you very much. And I think my response is on the question from Audrey. And I think your questions only goes to underscore the point that I made about the financial sector being rather lethargic in their approach to developing solutions for the country. And in that same vein, I think it would be necessary for the financial sector to speak to the academia as well, to start developing curricula that develop people that have the required skills to answer the sort of questions that you're asking. And I think if we are able to do that, then the problem of gaps in the data that you're looking for can be resolved by having the right people in the right places. But I think the starting point should be a situation where the financial sector starts talking to the academia in the form of the business schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any take-home message, Dr. Swande? And perhaps reflecting on the questions that were raised.
Thank you, Prof. I'll just tap on the issue around digital skills that was raised to intimate that it's important for us to enhance digital skills, but to also understand that digitalization is going to happen best when there's a strong SME base, when there's a strong startup community, because that's what we've seen elsewhere where that's happened. And so it's important that both government and private sector institutions can extend the range of programs that startup communities can access, providing technology commercialization assistance to technology hubs, accelerators, incubators, and loan program financing for local small businesses and manufacturers, if at all we have to enhance digitalization towards industrialization from a skills perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siwande. And Mr. Adam, any take-home message for our audience?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, digital transformation has to be situated within a truly transformative national strategy. That national strategy should be aligned as well with the regional priorities and the continental priorities, and this can link with the opportunities that will be built around the AFCFTA. Secondly, we have to make sure that there is sustained investment in the infrastructure. This should be led by governments in terms of their intention, and it should be accompanied by as well investment by the private sector. And thirdly, to focus on capacity building and research to be able to really make the most of the opportunity of digital transformation in Africa to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and also to build our economies differently, build them sustainably, build them so that the value chains are benefiting populations on the continent more inclusively. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Mayaki is not available now to take any questions, but we want to thank him for having been available to respond to the initial questions. And finally, it is my singular honor to invite the Right Honorable Vice President, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, to give his final reflections on the discussion.
Thank you. Let's please sit. And very, very quickly, because what has been said, we shouldn't be unnecessarily overstaying the points. But first is to once again say thank you for the opportunity, and second is to thank those that have said what they have said in reaction to the presentation made earlier, including the remarks made by the Executive Secretary as well as the DG and the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs here. Just quick points to note, starting from the comments on the panelists. The integration versus the pandemic and the politics of it, and basically saying how should we be going. And there was talk about mobile money and investments, etc. I think a point to remember there is the fact that we do have a decent size market, 350 million people there that can consume goods and services. So I really think that we need to keep that in mind. And of course, the coherence in strategy is another key point that we made, with a good sizable amount of investment to support what we want to achieve going forward. And then they talk about the institutions, just to second the point that we need supporting infrastructure, not just the infrastructure itself, but also institutions that will help us drive these things forward. The second point was about democratizing, the whole digitalization with a focus on agriculture, strong leadership, and so on. And again, to agree that we really need to domesticate these, and for us to achieve that, it's the same investment we talk about, the broadband footprint, the cost of data, cost of entry of the devices, and so on, so that we can benefit more people, A, the rich, and B, also broadening the consumption base. We will not leave agriculture behind. It will still remain our area of focus. There is plenty industry stemming from agriculture as a primary source. So we will need to continue to pay attention in there, including all the technology that will help us with the forecasting. People are talking about forecasting here, weather, drought and floods and things of that sort. So we will need to continue to pay attention there. Leadership, I'll probably say it's non-negotiable. It has to be both strong, transformative, and with very, very clear messaging as we go forward, including the provision of resources for R&D in that sector, among other sectors. And the Center of Excellence really is something that I would almost insist that we must critically look at. And private sector and other non-state actors, probably the best way to put it is that as we go forward, we really mustn't have a football game situation. And the football game situation or soccer game situation, just as an analogy is not to say that others don't have a role to play, but we really shouldn't have a case of too many spectators. We need to have a lot more actors in here, and with very clear role sorts that who does what as we go, regardless which area we are going to be focusing on, R&D, looking at access to finance, be it, NGOs, state-owned enterprise, etc. Let's all really get ourselves in there without assuming, the role of a spectator. In science, they call them spectator ions. We shouldn't, be that. And as we go with I think there was also talk about whether Sadc, and Rachel has made the point about the Silicon Valley type, with a very big answer being a yes, we should. And I like the fact that, the biggest revelation there, perhaps two things. Number one is that while we think or we believe it is a place, it is actually an idea, which is a mindset. And perhaps importantly is to say, if we would like to have a Silicon Valley type here within the region, the fundamental question to ask is why? Why do we need it? When we have dispensed with that question, perhaps the rest will become much easier to put in place. It's not about just copying what others are doing. It must be meaningful why we want to be copying certain things. And perhaps just to quickly respond to one of the questions beyond what the Honourable Minister has said, this is about skills development. There is, beyond the curricula in the academia, which is one very fundamental, and I made the point in the lecture area on about skills development, and of course the involvement of other sectors, the academia inclusive, is also deliberate interventions within the government. And I can single out two examples here on reforms, which one is e-government in the Ministry of Information, where we're trying to see whether we could improve much more than what we have right now. There is very clear timelines in there. The Honourable Minister is here. He can relate to what I am saying. And the whole idea is also to enhance skills in that sector so that they can support the development agenda. And second will also be the National Statistics Office. But probably more important is to look at coherence so that we are not duplicating the efforts. I think Rachel made the point about investments and different platforms that we use. Education, its own, health, their own, agriculture, their own, etc. We probably need to see how we can, using expertise that we have in the system, be it in the public service or indeed in the private sector, we could leverage or piggyback on the existing infrastructure so that the expenditure is not on things that are already there, but perhaps to see how we can make improvements. Finally, to close, I wanted to say the following. And this is in response to the concerns around. We come here, we congregate, and we probably will come back here for the 42nd summit, which will be next year, August, somewhere. I thought that if we looked at the next 12 months and we look at it as a continuous process and beyond the 12 months, these kinds of engagements must continue. And I support the proposal for some sort of a team to take some of these proposals forward. We should not be satisfied, and sometimes we get satisfied too quickly and with the petty things. Oh, this was so well organized. So what? It is the resolutions that we make. Are they giving us the desired outputs? Are we improving the people's livelihood? Are our economies improving? I think those are what we should be happy about, as opposed to saying, oh, the summit in Lilongwe was one of the best. It can be one of the best. Thank you very much to the organizers. But it is much more the impact that it will have within the region and the people that we should be focusing on. So I wanted to suggest that we pay specific attention to how we carry these things forward. We shouldn't be a region or a regional bloc known for making beautiful resolutions and none comes to bear. I know that that's a very sweeping statement, but I'll leave it as sweeping as it may sound. Second, as we make the resolutions, and this is from the Council, to eventually the heads of state and government when they come for them to agree the resolutions, I wanted to suggest something, which is to say, let's be a lot more prescriptive. Let's not make, resolutions in the abstract. When somebody falls sick and you go to the hospital, they will do a diagnosis and they say you have malaria. Next is they will give you medication and they will say this is how you must take the medication. This one in the morning after food, this one at noon after food, this one before you go to bed, and you drink lots of water. Very prescriptive what you must do in order for you to recover. I would have thought that as we go forward with some of the resolutions we make, an implementation plan is extremely key. Agreed timelines, agreed champions, so that then we can hold each other to account. Otherwise, we are asking, and we could be asking, if we talk about the Center of Excellence, private sector or indeed governments, which is taxpayers' money, to set up centers of excellence. And what we are going to be doing with those centers of excellence is really visiting one another, and it becomes a very big traveling theater. It's a Sadc tourist group. And there's nothing wrong with tourism because we're going to benefit money, but I think we need to do much more than just it being tourism. So if we can be a lot more prescriptive, perhaps it will help. And very finally, including for the cases of skills development and others, refresher programs as we go. And I had the point about secondments from the academia, or it could be indeed from the private sector into the Sadc Secretariat to beef up the staff complement there, whether it is on a 6-month rotational basis or whatever mode is going to be agreed. Let's do so. We need to get to develop skills on a continuous basis. And the classic example is in aviation. All the pilots and all the cabin crew, the pilots is extremely mandatory. They have to go for simulator training, and it's prescribed. You have to go there, whether it is every 6 months, you go through medicals, you go through all sorts of things to make sure that you can still operate those machines and put nobody's lives at risk. It's time perhaps we adopted some of these that look simple and probably not as useful, but in actual fact, they make a difference in other sectors, in other industry, as we move the regional bloc forward. So all the best with the upcoming set of resolutions, and the moderator said it right, the engagement should continue. The Secretariat perhaps could provide a lot more answers to the questions we haven't responded to, but more importantly is let this continue and perhaps we reap better benefits than we have done in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And allow me at this point to ask the audience to give a round of applause for the panel members. Thank you so much. And at this point, I would like to now invite the program director, my senior counterpart, Professor John Kalenga Saka, to finish the program. Thank you.
Maybe Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause to the chair of this panel. Thank you very much. Prof, thank you very much. Maybe we could go the other side. Thank you. Your Honor, I wish at this stage to thank the facilitator, Professor Adres Malata, the distinguished panelists, the audience, equally importantly, those who raised questions, and the Right Honorable VP for responding to those pertinent issues and giving us clear directions. Your Honor, at this stage, we would like to have a performance by the National Cultural Troupe. National Cultural Troupe. Your Honor, Dr. Saulos Klaus Chirima, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, the Sadc public lecture presenter, and I will say all protocols observed. We have just been advised by the principal secretary responsible for economic planning and development and public sector reforms that, Your Honor, the summary which you presented cannot be further improved, and therefore we will accept that as the summary in this key function. At this stage, we will have a group photograph, and therefore the following will join the Right Honorable Vice President. All ministers and deputy ministers present, the Deputy Sadc Secretary General, Dr. Tembinkosi Mkyogo, Professor Richard Mkandavire, Professor Adres Malata, Dr. Thomas Muntari, Dr. Lak Sikwese, Mr. Wes Kaira, Dr. Winford Masanjala, Dr. Chris Kumcheresi, Mrs. Natacha Samala, Ms. Madaliso Chipekwe, Dr. Sabine Lindemann, Mr. Ivo Hofkens, Dr. Christopher Guta, and Dr. Wilson Banda. The moderator of the function will also join. As we await organization of the photograph setting, I wish to say a few remarks. After the photograph, we will have the national anthems, and that thereafter we'll be getting towards the end of the function. And therefore, on behalf of the organizers of this important function, I wish, first of all, to thank the Right Honorable VP for leading us into this discourse, the results of which have been well articulated, including the next actions, and it is our hope that the actions would have impact to those of the communities where we come from, including the resource poor. We would like, therefore, to also thank the organizers of the function for bringing us together, and for we in the academy or academia, it has been a wonderful opportunity to join and indeed to participate. Important issues have come out, and that we will support our governments in whatever way so that we can support wealth creation consistent with the various agendas. Your Honor, it has been a wonderful time, and I do hope that all of us will have an opportunity at the end to shake hands as we do amid this COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, let's wait for the finalization, and that we'll ask those invited to join the Right Honorable Vice President. I will repeat. All ministers and deputy ministers present, Dr. Tembinkosi Mkyogo, Professor Richard Mkandavire, Professor Adres Malata, Dr. Thomas Mtali, Dr. Lak Sikwese, Mr. Wes Kaira, Dr. Winfred Masanjala, Professor John Saka, Dr. Chris Kumchoresi, Mrs. Natasha Samala, Ms. Madaliso Chipekwe, Dr. Sabine Lindemann, Mr. Ivo Hofkens, Dr. Christopher Guta, and Dr. Wilson Banda. I understand normally our protocol colleagues will help us in the way we come to the front. Thank you. Your Honor, it's now time for the three national anthems, starting with the AU, Sadc, and finally our Malawi national anthem. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this marks the end of the function and also live broadcast. We thank you for leading us into the discourse. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
It's about time. I mean, we are hosting Sadc members across Sadc region, and wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima anali pamalo ano ndithu kupereka imene yomwe akuti public lecture kungotiunikira kuti ngati maiko amene tili mu Africa tingapindule bwanji kudzera mu Sadc imene komanso makamaka ndi mliri umene wa COVID-19 kodi ngati dziko la Malawi tingapindule bwanji munachongokumbutsana kuti mutu wa public lecture imene inali kuti chana mutu wake inali digitalization for revival of the Sadc industrialization agenda in the COVID-19 era. Panali anthu osiyanasiyana amene alankhula pano, taona amene wandi tosiyana nduna yona zama industry amene wandi Aloy Kachala nayankhulaponso ndithu panali Idrisa Malata nawonso ndithu alankhulapo kungotukula kungonena tinenecho nchikuti kodi dziko lino tingalitukule bwanji pa nkhani zachuma tili mu nyengo ya COVID-19 ngati maiko ngati Malawi dziko limodzi lomwe lili m'maiko amene ali mu Sadc tingapindule bwanji ngakhale kuli matenda amenewa a COVID-19 tikhale ndithu dziko lino likulandira alendo osiyanasiyana sabata yomwe ikubwera Sadc imene yamba pa 9 August ikuyenera kuti kamafika pa 19 August mwezi omwe uno tikhale ndithu tikukwangula amene tanenera muja ndithu wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino akuchoka pamalo ano kunabwera nduna zosiyanasiyana panali Patricia Kaliati panali Agnes Nyalonja amene ali nduna ya zamaphunziro panalinso Esonho Wamkaka pompa tinaonanso Michael Wusi nawonso anali pompano ndithu kumalizisa zonsezo kuchokera kwa ine ndithu Blessings Mpinganjira bwanji tikusiyeni pamene pasini magwira ntchito ndekha tinali ndipo ndi anthu osiyanasiyana amene magwira nawo ntchito kuno ku Lilongwe bwanji tikubwezeretseni ku nyumba yathu yolutsira mphepo mmenemo ndi mu mzinda wa Blantyre.
Sound check.